Welcome to today's continuation of this All Puzzle Superworld by Seanhip2. This is video segment number 6, and we're currently at 11 out of 21 clears. We spent the last few hours of the previous stream stuck on the last step of the puzzle that we were playing, which is prospectively going to be our 12th clear in the sequence. And I might as well explain it further by getting right back into it, because I do think we'll be able to progress today. I do need to try this out first, but I believe I know what went wrong. So this is Bounce Back Puzzle. You defeat at least 5 munchers. Since they're on the clear condition, they will not respawn once defeated. And like I said, it didn't take long to map out the logical sequence that we needed, because in order to solve this puzzle, you need to defeat a sufficient number of munchers with a POW, but you also need the 5 coins to get through the key door, and once you get through the key door, you need to be holding the shell in order to take out the yellow turn block on the right, so you can go to the snake block on the top right and finish. So we got everything except taking the shell through the door, because I didn't know how to pick up the shell. We managed to keep the shell alive after hitting the POW, which seems to be the central trick to this puzzle. We figured that out fairly early, but we did still have a problem, which was how to actually pick up the shell afterwards, even though we sent it within Mario's range, so we could take it through the key door. Now, let's do this in sequence. I'm sure there will be a few execution failures along the way while we get this straightened out, but this is what we do. We put the spring on the column so the shell goes back into the trap and is reobtainable. Notice that the shell is upside down. We have to set it down because we have to flip it right side up. If it is upside down, it is going to do the hop after hitting the question block. And since the bomb is taking out those hard blocks, the flip is going to send it up. Since we disabled the flip by turning it right side up, it's going to walk all the way over. And that Memoiza, welcome. So the shell is going to come back, but we need to create a passage first to follow the spring. And the next thing we need to do is drop the spring here, because it's going to create a return path for the shell once we have obtained it. We do need to pick it up on this side. Notice the spike block over here. This caused us hours of grief on a step that I'll explain soon. But the purpose of this spike block is so you cannot pick up a walking Buzzy on the right side. Once you're in the right side, you stay there. Now, let me just do a quick up throw here just to reset it so it doesn't wake up while I explain the next step, which is that the way to keep the shell alive while hitting the block to activate the POW is that if Mario is throwing it, the shell does not count as grounded. And the purpose of taking the spring over to that pit on the left side is because then it rolls the shell back and forth. This is as far as we got. The problem that I ran into last time was that due to this spike block, I did not know how to pick up the shell without bouncing into the spike block, and therefore once going through here, we didn't know how to take the shell with us. I came to a realization after we finished the stream the other day with this level still uncleared, which is that the spike block is not just here as a kind of anti-cheese, although this was one of the levels that was patched 2 months after the original release, so maybe it was added late, we don't really know. But what we do know is that even though this spike block prevents you from picking up a walking shell, it might not actually prevent you from picking up a spinning shell. Now, your timing needs to be very accurate, I think, so Mario does not get hit. So we basically need to retry this puzzle if Mario gets hit like that. But I think if I jump up precisely, then it is kind of like the same interaction that you have with something like a shell jump, where you're catching the shell on your way up the jump. And because you're doing so maybe a shell jump isn't the most accurate comparison, but it is kind of like the shell reclaim tech that you see Kaizo players use all the time, which is that if Mario is able to tap the shell on the way up in the jump, we should in fact be able to pick it up. Now I certainly hope this is correct, but I think it is. And so that explains the spike block. The spike block prevents you from picking up a walking shell on the right side. But in theory, I don't think it actually prevents you from picking up a spinning shell. So let's do this as many times as it takes to test this properly and see if we can get a good jump timing to pick up the shell on the other side. Okay, flip this right side up. I'm sure we'll have a couple of attempts along the way where we accidentally bump into things or accidentally do things out of sequence, like tapping this muncher too soon. But let's let the shell walk, and let's stay on the left in order to get the pickup. Okay, there we go. We need to put this in the left side location first. And then don't let this wake up. Then we throw right against here so the shell does not count as grounded. Now, if we jump precisely, we should be able to tap the shell gently on the way up. Exactly. Okay. Now at this point, we should be unobstructed. We should be able to just tap this. Shell gets trapped over there. I believe the... Whoa. Oh, yes. Okay, no, the shell bounced all the way and hit the block and activated the power. We actually need a shell to bounce back and forth and deactivate that block by tapping it multiple times before we attempt to pick it up. So that's an interesting complication. All along I was thinking that block might actually be something that's activated by the bomb on the right instead, that if you have the POW reloading there every time you go through the door, then maybe that's affected by the bomb crush on the right if it's in a sufficient position. But no, I now see what's going on there with the question block. It contains multiple coins. That means we do need the shell to completely deactivate the block first before we attempt to pick up. But the important thing is that we have finally proven that the shell pickup method actually works, which is the thing that we were missing last time. So with that out of the way, I think that as long as we have it deactivate that block completely under the POW, so it does not reactivate the POW the next time it spins, then I believe we have the whole logical sequence sorted out, and we will in fact have the clear. So let's do it. And we don't want to send the spring rather to the left just yet. We need to bump the muncher first, then we drop it in the pit. So let's end the little slot over here on the clock. And we take this over. Okay, so we let it completely deactivate this first with multiple taps. And then now we need to jump accurately to not get hit. Going early is fine. Going late resets the whole thing. There we go. Very delicate. Now, because we're sending the shell over, it will no longer activate the POW, and we should be able to hit. I like how this is set up because the muncher count decreases due to the clear condition, and the munchers don't respawn when they're taken out. And that is the trick to how the muncher stack on the right gives you the sound effect to tell you did something wrong when the POW is activated a second time, because it's bound to one of the munchers that is second in the stack, which is very clever in terms of designing this to give the player proper feedback. So this was, I think, the third puzzle of the 12 that we've cleared so far that we had a step where we got very, very, very stuck for hours. And in each case, the logical sequence came together quickly to take us to the final step. I guess in one of those cases, we actually followed the wrong method. spent too much time on execution errors. But certainly for this puzzle, and one of the other ones, the one with the slope slide at the very end, the logical sequence was absolutely not the hard part. Magic touch puzzle. Let's actually let the Magic Koopas reveal everything first, because I want to see what's going to happen here. It's going to be another heart. We've seen this as a repeated motif. We might as well let them blast everything, I think. I wonder if there will be some kind of entity limit magic involved using the magic touch of the Magic Koopas, but let's look at all this first. We're just going to let them drop out. Well, no, they can't, because they all are going to fire that way. Well, no, the ground is going to get taken out, but then it's red Koopas, so I'm sure some of them will stay on the board. We'll just watch it. This is not going to be part of the puzzle solution. We just want to see it, and actually we can kind of position Mario to redirect some of the projectiles, perhaps. Because all those blocks are going to stay down anyway, right? Even if you manage to reload through this door. Okay, you know what? Let's just clear the top because we can. We're not going to do this every time, obviously. I'm just trying to see what we can achieve this way. Just to see what happens. Can't really get that top block, unfortunately. I don't think we'll get the correct firing angle to take that one out. Oh, well, no, we got it. So yeah, it's too bad we have this one sticking out here on the left side that we're taking out, then this would look a little more pleasant, but oh yeah, okay, some obstructions are going away, so given enough randomness, maybe we can actually see what happens when we have as much of this as possible taken out. There we go, there's that block. I don't think we'll wait on the other two. We'll just let everything be bunched up over there. Anyway, let's actually get to the puzzle properly, since we burnt 140 seconds on that. Okay, so you sync immediately. Now, notice the hard block to the left of the top left on-off switch. Although I don't particularly see a way for a Magic Koopa to get there. Notice too that we have to scroll a little bit to see. Oh no, the axe is right here. Okay, so the axe is right here at the exit. And we should think about how we'll get there. The clear condition is reach the goal without taking damage. So if you do in fact pick up the mushroom, you're not allowed to lose it. That would be what it enforces. We don't currently see a P switch available, but it looks like there will be a P activation at some point in order to open up access to the spring. And with 2 POWs on the board, well, let's see what the actual pathway will be to get to the axe. Because the Magic Koopas will make the axe disappear, since that's what they do. However, making the axe disappear gives you access to this square. That's actually what you want to do. You want the Magic Koopa to take away the axe, because that is what allows you to progress over here. We will not at any point be respawning into this room, I think. We won't be going out a door or anything. So what you see is what you get when it comes to the available skull platforms and everything else. That might be interesting. So currently this is gated off on the left. In terms of the first interactions, we don't have too many choices here. We should actually test out what's in the question block just so we know. I actually can't see it yet. I'll drop a POW on top of it so we can stand on it. No, we can't, because we can't pick up the POW. Alright, let's just test and see what else is here. I just wanted to check. So bomb is over there. Bomb is going to be for a hard block on the left, almost certainly. That's assuming that we can get up top. That will be, no doubt, through the P-switch area. So yeah, we just need to test a few things. For example, POW is going to open up this gate here, but then you need to take out the Magic Koopa. And you need to take out the Magic Koopa when you are in this slot. You need to jump into the slot while holding a POW. That means that you can't just have one drop anywhere. The reason is because once the axe comes back, it creates the ground block here holding the axe, or the base block here that is holding the axe. That is going to be impassable. So the only way into the slot here is to have the flag disappear, and then have the Magic Koopa be in a position where it is grounded and can be taken out. What we don't know is what is in the Bullet Bill Blaster currently. It looks like it really can't drop anywhere else, so we would have to walk into the right side slot to see what it actually spawns. And so, if we have the on-off switch, though, as one of our earliest interactions, the issue is that we cannot jump through the bomb. So you go to the on-off switch, you're able to rush through here, then the bomb will have spawned and walked on top of the mushroom at that point, and since we can't take damage, we can't go there. So we would need to find a way to spawn that bomb later, perhaps. I have a slight suspicion that the muncher on the right, or rather the blaster on the right, is what gives us the P-switch. But yeah, like I said, we will have to eventually go here with the means to kill the Magic Koopa. Right here. Or perhaps to the left of this muncher is gone. Because the opening up top of the current semi-solid tells me that we'll probably have to loop in and out of this at least a little bit here. So let's start this over and figure out the sequence. There aren't really that many choices early on. Yeah, as you can see, axe is going to be on top of a base over here. It does have to be taken out. Now, this is interesting. That... Oh. Yep, there we go. That's been taken out. Yeah, because it... Even though the axe is behind the right side column of the ground blocks here, the vertical column that's covering its right half, the Magic Koopa can hit it through that even though the projectile is moving towards ground. So that's going to be something essential to know. Now, it would take the on-off switch. In order to get the bomb, we'll have to come back later with the spring. I don't know if we will have the means to do that. We also don't want to take this out yet because we need to be able to grab the POW before we activate the skull platform. So no standing on this just yet. On-off switch is going to allow me to go through the right side. But do we take out both skull platforms on the way there? The fact that we have both of these available tells me that we might not want to be activating both of them at once on the jump up. So the question is, do we do POW first or do we jump up there first? I don't know that it matters, but we'll need to tap the on-off switch for sure and find out. I think if you jump up through here and then jump up directly to the right without touching the skull platform, you can spawn a bomb. Bomb would walk down to the mushroom area, but then... yeah, sending the other skull platform over won't do much. So, for example... so, this is what I'm looking at here. That we'd be able to go through now. You'd be able to get the mushroom. Mushroom, notice, obstructs you from going back through here. That's actually a problem. Because... yeah, because if you slide through, mushroom would get you stuck in this location. Unless, of course, you're holding the other POW. You can get through this muncher. Let's map this out, though. Mushroom also... well, it doesn't obstruct you from going to the right here, but we should take a look because that's the only thing we're capable of doing, but you can't get out at this point. Yeah, as I suspected it is a P-switch. We just wanted to check. Obviously, you can't take damage at this point. Now this leads to an interesting implication here, which is do we actually just want to get rid of that mushroom? Because the thing is, if you take that mushroom, then you're in a position where you have to take damage to proceed, possibly. And so I'm looking at the possibility that we actually want the Magikoopa to be taking it out. Now, how would we go about doing that? Let's find out. I'm also thinking... Yeah, because what if we load the bomb onto this first? I just want to see, and then I want to see what happens with this skull platform when you've got both things loaded here. I just want to see the interaction. Look at that. Yeah, because you walked at a corner, you're able to take out the mushroom. Okay, no, let's do that without putting the bomb in that location. Because now the bomb's going to die to the POW anyway, and we can't have that. We also need to figure out how the P-switch is going to go. What was that? Oh, I see. No, that was the base. It got turned into a Koopa. That's unusual. I wonder if that can actually be used to our advantage. Since it is going to be random what this base turns into, and... But the idea, I think, is that we actually do want to stand in this corner to get the mushroom away, if it's possible for the Magikoopa to shoot that. Now, it's firing at Mario's location here. And, well, unfortunately, that's a Goomba now. We would need to... Surely this puzzle can't be RNG dependent. When it turned into a coin, it was fine, but... If it's a Goomba, we have a problem. But the Goomba is going to be taken up by the POW, so that's fine. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it spawns, actually, when the mushroom is transformed. So now I think we're able to take this. And then we have to position this so the axe is going to go down. Is that going to hit? Oh no, it needs to hit the base down here. Or does it? Yeah, okay, no, so... Is it hitting the axe or is it hitting the base? I'm trying to determine where it makes contact with the axe in order to shut it down. There we go. We need to take that out using the POW. And that's fine. Everything is fine so far, except we need a way to... Well, the P would spawn on the right side, but then we don't have a way to activate it. Which is a bit of a problem right now, because that other mantra is in the way. We still don't know what is in this last question block here. But I suspect that we're going to have to take out this POW. Yeah, I don't think we can outrun the bomb into this location. And now we're in a position where it can't really interact with very much. You can spawn the P, but we don't have a way to activate it until a second POW has been activated. I feel like this level does require a third POW at some point. I don't know that it would come off the question block or anything. I can't see where it would come from, actually. The reason I say that it needs a third POW at some point is because if the muncher is removed... Well, if the muncher is removed, then... Is the Magikoopa still immobilized by the muncher on top of it? I think it is. But moreover, you need a POW activation in order to get this P, and you need to get this P in order to create the location here. I suspect that this question block is a vine. That it makes a certain amount of sense. Now, I don't have an object I can grab that we could have used as an up throw over here. Because hitting it with an up throw was definitely something that came to mind as well. so here's the problem. Bomb's gonna walk to the right. P-switch is currently still unavailable here. And we don't have anything else to stand on over here, so let me just watch where this goes. We obviously don't want to do that yet because we need that POW eventually. But yeah, it's going to shuffle over there. I don't know that it's going to do very much for us, but if you have the Magic Koopa and Muncher stack lowered by one more, and then you activate this platform, then I wonder what happens on the right side. So yeah, we have a few complications to work out. Like I was saying, I don't think I can outrun the bomb, but I wonder if there's another way to disable it or leave it for late. The issue right now is that we're activating both skull platforms necessarily if we're going up to the on-off switch and question block at all. Unless, of course, you have a way to go through this central column over here and head back up and tap. But then even so, you can't outrun the bomb. So the thing is, if the bomb is walking right, how do we prevent that? That's currently one of the main issues. Would it be affected by the skull platform? Perhaps? No, probably not. Or do we have some other way to bounce it? Well, we can't spawn this before we hit the POW because POW would take it out. Okay, it looks like there's nothing else I can interact with here at the moment. I'm trying to look at this little overlap here too. That's just the top of the semi-solid that the blaster is overlapping with. Yeah, so here, I wonder if we can test what that question block gives us. This is called Magic Touch Puzzle, okay. And so we do need to read the titles carefully, just in case there is a clue. So we know we can jump off of this skull platform and onto the top level without having activated the second skull platform. The top skull platform makes me think that there might be something that it can do to manipulate the bomb position if we leave it for as long as possible. But we clearly can't really get to the on-off switch without tapping it somehow, which is currently one of the problems. Let me just see once again if I can actually tap this block just to see what it is. I can't quite test it yet. We'll try it a few times just to be sure. Yeah, it is a vine. That's what I thought. I just needed to check. That means with a P-switch activation later, then you would jump up towards here and grab the spring. So P-switch activation obviously has to precede spring. But this snake block here has to be preceded by picking up the POW on the left side, unless, of course... I'm looking at the scroll here, and one thing that has been a repeated refrain in these levels is... Are you able to restore a platform by scrolling out of range? And restore both the skull platform and a POW depending on their initial placement. I don't know if we can actually get far enough on the camera to do that, but that is actually worth checking, whether we can get within a respawn range for those. Buzzy's going to be taken down by the POW, so we'll do that. Still need this to be taken. We can... There we go. Okay, so let's walk all the way here. No, you can't really scroll far enough on the camera. However, if you went all the way to the muncher on the right, I wonder. But we don't have a good way to stand there at the moment. By the way, notice. Spiny shell. I mean, you don't know what you'll get off of the transformation of the flag here, but spiny shell would actually give you a spin jump to go back up. And that's interesting in its own right. But then why would we possibly want the off-state or the bomb at the moment? Well, because if you're able to drop this... Oh, I don't think it's going to stay down long enough to get back to the bomb over here. Just trying to see what we can do with the scrolling. Yeah, no, it's not going to scroll any further because, of course, the flag was placed here, and that tells you that there's a limited number of tiles to its right. That won't be it. So yeah, I think obviously you can't have anything in this solution be dependent on what spawns off of the flag. It's going to constrain the possibility somewhat. We need to figure out whether the Magikoopa is able to hit anything else. Moreover, if there's anything I can do to get rid of that column once the P is available. Probably not, given that Magikoopa is completely protected there. So the bomb spawns, and what do you do to dislodge it? That's the question, because it seems like even if you have the skull platform going, the bomb's still going to fall down here. And you don't have a way through. It may be just tapping on this POW from the bottom once it's available might not actually do what we need, but I think we have to, though, because we have to take out the Muncher on the right. So yeah, if you take out the POW now, we can't until we've seen the mushroom transform. And again, I don't think there's a way I can do this without activating the platforms. Like, you can delay this platform, but I don't actually see what it achieves. Anyway, I got a coin here this time. That's fine. But there's no reason why we would want to spawn a bomb there, I think. I'm just thinking about the placement of this skull platform, whether if you do have a bomb in that location, I don't see how that will manipulate anything. Now, if I hit the on-off switch... Again, I can't get out of here until I've activated a POW, so we can't wait on the POW either. So we need to think about some other part of this interaction that we really don't see. Well, one of the questions is what's going to activate a P-switch. The P-switch might be behind the second POW activation. But how could that be the case? Yeah, because you need to take out 2 munchers to get the P-switch. I think taking out the mushroom is fine. I don't know if that's something that happened too early, but I think it does need to happen. Unless there's something that we're supposed to use the mushroom for first before we take it out completely. Now, is there any reason why we would ever want to obtain the mushroom, given that we cannot take damage here? I don't see that we should, because I don't see anything that the mushroom will do for us, even with the additional tile of height. But with the POW at the bottom available and the bomb available here, well, let's walk through this again. don't know if there's something that's going to be time dependent here. Now, supposing that we're here, the skull platform crosses. When it crosses, I wonder if we can catch it with a timing that allows me to land on it and touch the P-switch by landing on it. If the skull platform overlaps the muncher in such a way that we can kind of jump down there, and then Blaster fires a P-switch while we're riding the skull platform, and then P-switch activates. We should try that. And then we get out of there before we take damage off the muncher. But I think the overlap might work, because as far as the overlap priorities go in terms of the sub-pixel collisions, munchers are pretty short. And so it may very well be the case. Now, the thing is, do we want to therefore take out the POW first? No, we don't, because we need the mushroom to be transformed before the POW is dealt with. But this is why we leave this skull platform in place until we actually need it. Because we need to do a quick sequence where we catch up to it. But that's a problem if the flag has, or rather the axe has not been transformed, because we don't know when it becomes available, and we'll miss the opportunity to take this. Yeah, so axe needs to be transformed first, then, before anything else happens. We have to figure out a positioning that works for it. Maybe stand all the way in the corner here, perhaps? Yeah, and then you have to get out. I kind of wonder what potential cheeses and the like are available from things like this that, oh, no, you don't want to walk back like that, but you get different objects off of the Magic Koopa, and I feel like there are definitely some interactions that are possible with some RNG dependent spawns rather than others. Like, for instance, the Koopa coming out and giving you a shell. Okay, so yeah, that just vanished to the muncher crushing whatever was coming out. That's okay, so let's do the rest of the interaction. The POW is going to take care of that. We need to kind of rush it. We need to hit the on-off switch, go for the POW, go straight up, and land on a skull platform in time to potentially catch the P-switch. So let's do it. Too late. Maybe that timing isn't actually going to work because there's a little too much going on. You need to get up there for the mushroom to convert into something that we can blow up first. But maybe that was an execution issue. It seems like we were just slightly late to do it. That's the problem, is when something looks like it's almost doable with slightly better execution. Now notice that when the muncher is still here, then the spawn gets crushed. Okay, let's get the mushroom transformed first. Gonna stand here until it happens. And then we need to weave quickly, and then, yeah, looks like if you execute cleanly enough, you should be able to land and do it. So the idea is that I want to land on top of the skull platform. It should overlap with the muncher, and then we should be able to actually hit the P-switch at that time. That doesn't really help, though, because even if I do hit the P-switch, it's not going to last long enough for me to loop it all the way back here and go for the spring. Well, 10 seconds. You'd need to be fairly brisk about it. And unfortunately, that would mean landing on this skull platform, which then lowers the power on the left. So that doesn't work anyway. That idea is not going to go. It's not going to be something that time dependent when it comes to execution. But then we'll need to think of something else, because the assumption so far is that I don't hit the bomb yet. Now, we don't actually know if that's true. We do know that's true because the POW cannot take out the bomb. But I wonder if there's something that we can do to actually ensure that the bomb is lowered. Now, if the bomb is on top of the mushroom, well, we still can't have to take damage interaction, so that wouldn't really matter necessarily. Unless there's something very off about the clear condition detection when you, say, have a bomb and a mushroom stacked together and you jump through it. If you stay alive, does it detect it as damage? It should, logically speaking, but there could always be some kind of shenanigans with that. So, again, we definitely don't want the bomb yet. It's going to fall in the wrong place. However, well, let me think about that. Unless there's something that we can do with this question block to manipulate the bomb's walking direction. No, it's always going to walk right. And so that's going to be a problem. Especially because now the POW will take it out. And that'll be fully unavailable. And then we won't be able to do much with the P. It does almost look like you can hit it, but then if you hit the P switch, well, then what do? You'd have to spend a lot of time going back here, and then you'd have to hit this and go up and grab it within 10 seconds and get out. I don't think so. I think something else is going on with the interaction. And the thing is, doing so also requires you to lower the POW. That can't be the sequence. Let's get this spawn first, because the collision should take care of whatever comes out. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, that some things are potentially RNG dependent. For example, if you hit the POW first, and then you go up top, and a mushroom happens to transform into a coin, then you're safe and you can just jump through. But if you hit the POW now, and the mushroom transforms into an enemy, then that does not function. And so, yeah, I feel like this central column here strongly implies to me that upon a second POW interaction, you're able to escape. But again, we need to take out the Magic Koopa when we are inside this semi-solid box, because that's the only way that the axe is reachable. So we have to think about this pretty carefully. I think regardless, the mushroom has to be transformed and taken out. The angle is kind of perfect for it, and I don't see how else that's going to be done. The only thing, though, is then we need to figure out when do we hit that switch, and moreover, when is it ever safe to spawn the bomb, given that the bomb's always going to walk into the location that is obstructed. Because how would you even go through that? For instance, you take this out. Let's say. We need to test out some interactions. Notice that once you've taken that out, the Magic Koopa is completely obstructed down there. So for example, you have bomb and mushroom here. And then the bomb just takes overlap priority. And that wouldn't be the interaction regardless. I just needed to test that to be certain about what happens in case it is something tricky. Now I'm looking at this and thinking, well, it's a skull platform, not a snake block. It's not really going to do pushing. But I wonder if there's anything else that we can do here. So we have two skull platforms gating this off for some reason. have a late activation on the second one for some reason. Maybe it is doubling back for the P-switch, we don't really know. But the timing feels a little tight for that to happen. Like... yeah, no, that's not going to happen because the P-switch doesn't spawn in time anyway, and you also don't get the overlap, that you land on top of the Muncher. So the Muncher does not, in fact, not touch you if you're on the skull platform first. Descriptive is this is indeed Mario in orbit, even though it's not exactly in low gravity here. And even if we can't climb up walls, the way we could in that other game. So we have a couple of things we can try. Well, first we need to figure out if there is a way to walk the bomb in a different direction. Because currently we just don't have that, and if we don't have that, we have no way to pick up the bomb at any point, unless we, for example, have a spring or something available to drop through the mushroom slot. And then the bomb would bounce over it, but then you could still jump there from beneath it. That would not be the case with something like the POW or the P. And regardless, yeah, because you would need to have something down here that you can use to up throw towards the position where the mushroom currently is, and then trap it there on a donut blocks. If it is the spring, it creates an additional complication, which is that we would no longer be able to use it as the object that we are taking to go up to the question block for the bomb, because if you've cycled through this part once, then the skull platforms are just down and there's nothing else you can do with that. Now, if that's the case, we are able to get through. I'm definitely looking at this and wondering, is there a potential series of interactions that would allow you to actually pick up that mushroom rather than nuke it right away? I don't think so, because you can't get into a position where the P-switch will spawn. You have to go to the rightmost columns for the P-switch to come out. And that is absolutely an issue in its own right. Because the mushroom will preclude you from doing so. So I think Magic Koopa destroying the mushroom early is correct. But we don't know how to follow it up. Yeah, because POW will take care of all that. Now, supposing it's not time sensitive, supposing that you can take this platform and hit the on-off, get around the POW. Now, what if bomb falls on top of skull platform and we hit the POW at that time? So if it's held by skull platform rather than donut blocks. No, it doesn't work. You can't have the bomb in that slot at all, because either it dies to the POW, or if the POW has already been activated, then it precludes Mario from jumping through. So we have a bit of a problem when it comes to that. We can figure out how to get that second muncher down so we can get that P-switch. That would be a big plus. But yeah, camera's not going to scroll far enough to us for us to get any other interaction going on there. The other thing too, notice that the on-off switch on the left is going to be activated when the bomb blows up the hard block. That would prevent you from running back in here to the middle until you have had yet another on-off interaction. Now that's interesting. I wonder we'll get around that. What if you activate the platform first? Skull platform goes. No, that doesn't do anything. But no, Skull platform is one tile below where we are right now, so it's not going to shift the bomb over. Unfortunately, because the bomb's going to land directly in the same row that we're at right now. Let's try to find some way to shift the bomb out of that position, or just get it to go left if possible. Now the bomb is walking over. If you hit POW, it will still fall into place in that location, so... And at this point it's just going to die to the POW anyhow, so that will just destroy everything, and we actually jump too far in here. Anyway, so... Might be some obscure skull platform tech that I don't actually know. But what if you activate a platform right as you hit the POW and then do something to the position of the Magic Koopa on the right? No, I don't see that working. For a number of reasons. But perhaps if you have the skull platform in a particular position, like the top one bracing that top puncher when you hit the POW. Yeah. So is that a loose stack or a tight stack? So wait, let's start this over again. Watch the two munchers stack next to the blaster. Watch it very carefully. It looks like it's a tight stack. But if we're sending the skull platform over and then we hit the POW when there is an overlap, maybe we can get the P-switch. So, hang on here. So we're going to time the POW for when this is overlapping. And it takes them both out. You see? There you go. That's how you get the P-switch. And you can be patient about it, because now we can get as many P-switches as we like. Which means that if we drop stuff out... Moreover, well, we actually can hit the P, but we need to let it expire. We're going to take another P because the P is then going to be used for up-throw interactions. So, never mind that P. We have as many P-switches as we like until on-off has been reactivated. Notice as well this interaction here, because... And the fact that we can dislodge the bomb as well, I think. But if we dislodge the bomb, well, we would need a P to step up there, which isn't going to happen yet. P can also take this out. Then we can P jump off of the P onto the vine, and that gets us to spring. Tap the P. Nope. I did not want to fall on top of that, because that loses access to the POW. So that was a mistake. But we're able to get more Ps and springs at this point. So we figured out the most important interaction at this point. Also, this is what I was talking about earlier, that we can potentially... Yeah, so we can actually block this with a P. Because if you up-throw the spring afterwards, it can launch the P out of the way and then clear the obstruction. So let's place this here. So we already lost this because of the POW on the left dropping down, but we're going to check all the other interactions so we can do them properly next time. We did not want to activate the skull platform. The skull platform is going to be important later because it is going to be the exact same interaction here as we did with the double muncher stack up top, which is that when the lowest skull platform is under the feet of the Magic Koopa, that is when we stand in this column and toss a POW and get the axe. That's how we do it. So we did everything right except for that. The other thing that we'll need to deal with is that the on-off switch is going to be toggled back to on once the bomb detonates on the left side. That's also going to be a problem because we don't know how to switch it back after that. Unless the bomb is on the left side and we do something like a spin kick it over there and we get back inside the central column first. That's going to be a little tricky because the bomb's going to be walking around and round. And I don't know if I can keep it alive for long enough. Yeah, because the issue is that we'll be going down the left side, we're picking up the POW, and then after we pick up the POW, we actually need to have the spring with us on the left so we can get out of there. We get out of there. That's actually okay because... no, that's not okay. Because we need a way to get back through the red state block in order to get to the flag position. And to activate the left side skull platform eventually. So there is a bit of a wrinkle in this, which is we're missing one activation of the on-off switch right now that we will need. The only thing I can think of is whether we might actually want the Magic Koopa perhaps to ignite the bomb? I don't know. No. That might be possible, actually. But I don't see how the firing angle is going to work. It is able to fire in this position where the mushroom was previously. And then if it lights that up, then maybe we can bounce the bomb out of there. But then we don't have a way for a lit up bomb to just walk by itself up to the left. However, we have as many P-switches as we like. So if we have a P-switch down here, then we're able to have this on an on state, and then have a P-switch activation and climb through here and get out. Okay, that's how to do it. You would have the on state, then the bomb detonates on the left. But it does mean that we need to have the bomb in a stable position first, or we send the bomb over to the left and we quickly come back here. And we quickly come back here with a P-switch, not with a spring. The spring needs to be up top at that point. There's going to be a bit of a tricky interaction here as we figure out how to walk the bomb. And it is going to... Well, first of all, we need this swapped back. But if you take the P-switch back with you, you can tap the on-off switch again. And then step on it and then get out on the left side. So, let's spawn the bomb. It's going to walk. And we need to raise the P-switch out of the way once it is safe to do so. Okay, good. That's actually perfect because it traps it for as long as we need. We can even... so the thing is, imagine that the POW is still on top of a skull platform because we didn't activate that by mistake. We need to do this same sequence without taking a skull. Now, this is okay. What you would do is... we kind of need to lower that donut block first, I think, because otherwise we've got a problem with not being able to make it back through the center. Because if the bomb detonates, we need to be able to make it back through here. Into the middle. So we need to figure out how to walk the bomb a different way. Perhaps using the spring here to just have it walk over by itself. But we need some way to get back in the center before the bomb activates. That might be tricky. Or we trap the bomb up top, have it walk back and forth in this segment, then we hit the P switch and then come through here. I think that's what we do. We need to trap the bomb over here by just making it walk. And then... but then you would need... Well, you can't trap it with a spring. You would need to trap it with a P. So I think regardless, the bomb is going to be trapped over here. But that's okay, because if the bomb is in that slot, then we can still pass over the P switch side to go there. So yeah, we can still pass over to the left. Okay, anyway, all of that was immaterial because we accidentally activated this skull. But everything up to that point is in fact correct. Yeah, because we tap the mushroom and then we will time the POW to match the skull platform under the muncher. Good. Perfect. Now we grab key switches all day long. And we're able to do a few things with this. The first is that we need to get the vine on the left. And then we need to not... No, drop off by mistake. I think I need to P-jump it. We need to P-jump off of it inside. So I was climbing down towards, but if you climb up and if you climb and tap the P switch, you actually lose the climb. I didn't know that. So we actually need to do a P-jump off that P and then get back on the vine. So you do need to jump off the vine and then jump off the P. It's not going to work otherwise. That's okay. So let's take the mushroom out. I think we've mapped out most of the solution. We just need to clean up the exact sequence for the bomb activation at the very end. Okay. We'll wait for the overlap. There we go. Okay, now we do this part. Okay, that's correct. I actually did not execute that well, but it worked, so who's complaining? Let's grab another P. Okay, now at this point we need to think about the bomb spawn. So we actually are fine with the bomb winding up in the slot on the right because we'll just take a P with us and go left. Do we need to spring for anything at this point? We do for activating the bomb. So let's take everything down with us. Ship everything back down. Now the spring will need to come up with us. So once we activate a P switch, in fact it's better to take this P and put it over here, or put it in the middle rather, once we've got the bomb spawn. And we step on the P, we up throw the spring, and we do in fact need to take it out to the top. Because we'll need it to get back out once the POW has been obtained. Also, this is a bit of an additional complication. If you have the POW, we need to get the POW out of there safely. In that I need a way to actually obtain it and carry it over because we'll need to stand in the middle to fire the POW. So that's something that has not been fixed yet as well. However, if we've stepped on a P switch, we have access to an additional P switch to create some kind of platform stack that might be able to get the POW out of there. But we do need to figure out some way to get the POW out off the top, which I don't know if the spring will actually give us sufficient height. Like, you have to stack P and then spring and then POW. And then POW goes up. We can ride it up, but then can we actually grab it afterwards? We don't know. But regardless, let's take the bomb out first. Next thing we do is we need to lock ourselves in. Next thing we do after that is we step on the P and then take the spring with us out on the P side. Okay, good. Didn't accidentally activate that platform. Let's grab another P just in case. Oh, that's okay. We'll just grab another one. At this point, we bomb the left. And then everything is okay so far, but then getting the POW out of there will be the next problem. Okay. I think we drop every object there. We will need all of them. He should go first so we can actually land without activating it too soon. Okay, let's just get everything down. And now we take the POW off the bottom of the stack, and then that's not going to be nearly high enough. So here's the problem now, which is if we activate the skull platform, we're able to toss the POW. No, you know what? We can probably just take the POW manually and still have sufficient height to jump with it. Okay, no, that solves the problem completely, actually, so never mind that. So now we activate the skull platform. We get on top of the slot here. When the skull platform goes under the Magic Koopa, we fire the POW. That's how it's going to work. And we have to jump to do it. There we go. There's the axe. There's the clear. Yeah, it took a moment for the axe to appear. It wasn't instantaneous or anything. There was a momentary delay. Very satisfying, that one, actually. I was very pleased with it. The central trick is just to understand the skull platforms affecting what counts as grounded, even if it is a hard stack. So that anything in the middle of a hard stack could still be potentially affected by a POW. Okay, so that is 13 clears out of the way, I think, and then let's get to number 14. This is World 4. And we'll be looking at Flip Your Lid Puzzle. And yeah, the skewers are able to hit, the top one's able to hit anyway, but then I'm sure that when you go through the door, the puzzle will be set to whichever state it's supposed to be in before the start, so I don't think it'll matter. Maybe. Actually, it doesn't look like there's an on-off state that's relevant here at all, so. Okay, Flip Your Lid Puzzle. It's probably going to involve the... Well, what are we flipping? Are we flipping something Buzzy related? I mean, your lid would be the Buzzy helmet, but then are we doing some spiny flipping perhaps? Anyway, let's take a look at what's actually involved here. We need to get through the key door, and we need to get through the key door in a position that allows you to get through that spiny on the right, which probably means that we need to hold an object It hits the spiny. Let me double check where the spiny spawns. It should spawn one tile to the right of the key door, in which case it will collide with something when you bring it with you. Yeah, it does. So, yeah, so you need to go through this key door. Let's not take the coin yet in case we need it. You need to get through this key door while holding an object. I don't think it matters which object. This here, we don't know what's going to spawn out of it just yet. We also need to obtain the key, which I don't exactly know what the box above the grinder is telling me here. Notice that if you're wearing a Buzzy helmet, for instance, you can't actually go through the grinder, which might be relevant. On the other hand, if you're wearing a Buzzy helmet and you drop through from up top, then you can lose the Buzzy helmet and then up throw something to hit, presumably, an invisible block, which would then create a sealed platform in that location. However, at that point, we would need to figure out... I think you actually do need to wear the Buzzy helmet and drop through this here. The Buzzy helmet is currently the only thing we see that's going to allow me to take damage. But you need to drop into it through the top, and then you need to jump. You would hit that block and seal it. And then you can drop down towards the key yourself as Mario, and then jump up towards the bridge, and then cross back over to the left. At that point, you would be able to go up to the key door. So then the thing that we're looking to do here is to find a way to drop through here with the Buzzy helmet and still have an object available for the spiny spawn location. Now, here's the other thing that could be possible. Let's say you go through the key door. You go through the key door, you come out the other side, you're holding up. Can you go through the other key door right away, dodge the big Buzzy, and then spawn a second helmet that we can take with us? Also, what's going on with that blaster that's on the right side? The top right. That's interesting in its own right. We'll see. We'll have to see what this spawns, and then we have to check some question blocks, actually. We just need to see what this is. A P-switch. We might have taken it too soon for all I know. Oh, yes, notice, too, that P-switch is going to flip this coin. That might be important, which is why we're going to leave it. Or maybe the coin is just something you have to take before the P-switch. We don't really know. Also, I said you could hold anything, but you have to hold something against a spiny that will actually kill it. So not the P-switch, but you can hold the shell or anything else. And you still also need to expend something to hit this. Presumably it will be... Well, the thing is, if you're coming up towards the shell from below, you're not going to be holding the shell. You're going to be wearing it. But presumably if you cycle back around here, you're able to take the shell and bump the Buzzy off the rail. So let's just do the interaction, see what this is. Able to climb. That's able to bomb. Okay, so the Buzzy is going to be trapped on the left side column. I think the idea is that you take the... Or the spiny, rather. You take the Buzzy helmet, and you use the climb to bump the spiny all the way up. If you bump the spiny all the way up, then it's able to proceed to the right side column. Now let's see how we're going to do this. However, to do that, you cannot lose the shell just yet on this location. I would like to eventually drop through here and hit that key, but that's not happening yet. I think the idea, though, is that you need to create a passage for the spiny to walk, or at least be thrown down here, so it's going to potentially ricochet and hit this. Maybe. But we still don't know what this spawns, so. And we still don't know what to do with the P, which means that, well, let's try to bump. It's going to walk. I don't see how that's helpful just yet. You see, you can flip it back to this side and it will flip down into the lower level. Oh, okay, this is a semi-solid. I didn't see that you're actually over semi-solid in this location. That's important. I didn't realize that. Oh, this has got to be a bomb then. It's going to be a bomb that blows this up so you can go down below. That's absolutely what it is. That means that we need to find a way to flip the buzzy so that... Well, here's the only place that you can flip something. No, there are two places. If it's coming down here, like if you drop the donut block, by dropping the donut block like how we deflected the buzzy to the left right now and had to walk over, then you're able to trap it here, and then you're able to hit this. And you'd spawn the P-switch there, but then you'd have the buzzy available as a flip, and then you'd be able to race it over here, come down, pick it up, and then you kind of sustain it with an up throw. If you're able to sustain it with an up throw at this point, you're able to walk through here and do the rest. What we don't know yet is what to do with the P-switch here. The one thing I can think of for that coin is if there is a way to send the buzzy, or send the spiny there rather, like if you have it walk, then you're able to bump it up above that location perhaps without having it pick up the coin. If you up throw a flipped shell, obviously it does pick up the coin. But if it's not flipped, you might be able to bump it through. And then if you have a P-switch activation, then you're able to flip it again. Why is it important to flip it again? Because that is what is going to get you through the key door on the right, is that you're going to take a flip spiny. So this is the purpose of the coin. That you transform the coin using the P-switch so you can use it to flip the shell. So that's going to be a second flip. Because the buzzy needs to walk to this location and be bumped up. So let's redo this so we can actually have to tell properly. So this is a bomb. Bomb for sure. Bomb's going to take you over here. Here's the issue with that. It is... Okay, I see why the buzzy is going to walk. Or why the spiny is going to walk. The spiny is going to come down to this location. So the buzzy helmet precludes you from going through the grinder blade from below because your head just bumps into it. However, if you have a spiny placed on the right side there, then it should be able to flip. And if it is a semi-solid that's underneath that blade, it's going to flip over the blade and then walk right. Now, why is this marked as a box? Is it because we actually need to up throw it? So for example, you stand as close as you can while wearing the buzzy helmet, and then up throw the spiny perhaps. And maybe that spawns something. Or maybe it's just there to show that it will block the spiny from going upwards. I'm not sure, but the box tells me probably it's going to be an invisible block. So anyway, we need to do this first. So we leave the P-switch interaction untouched so far. And we need to do this. Oh, whoops, jumped too far. But that's okay. We're not locked. So we bump the spiny up here, we deflect it, we lower this, we trap it down there, we flip it, and spawn the P. So we do it by running past... Oh, nope. That was kind of correct, actually, but I don't know if I have enough time to drop this. Drop it. There we go. Perfect. Now we flip it. We flip it, and we pick it up. P-switch is going to give it to me here. In fact, we up throw from time to time so we can actually sustain it until such time as we can grab the bomb. There we go. Now, we take this, and then up throw in this location, I think. No, we need to have it just flip, I think. Yeah, okay, good. It's going to walk over and be trapped. However, okay, so we need to do something about that trap. We need the P-switch to stand there, actually. So let's let the shell stay here until we've gone up to get the P-switch. And then we block that location using the P-switch. Why? Because later the way we activate the P-switch is going to be by walking on top of it. That might be a bit of a timing issue, though. Yeah, because otherwise we can't get the shell out of there. On the other hand, yeah, so we can't take this coin yet, because if we take this coin, we're going to have a problem with not having a way to flip the shell. Because the shell needs to be flipped on top of that, then we jump up to get it. So the question right now is, how do we activate the P-switch? Now, if the P-switch is lodged in this location, it will actually activate when we step on top of it. But it does mean, I think, that when you put down the spiny to have it flip upwards, we need to race it all the way back over. And when it bumps its head against the P-switch and walks over, we need to step on the P-switch after the spiny has passed it. Yeah, because obviously the spiny needs to bump its head against the P-switch, so it is trapped in that location. Once it's trapped in that location, is this our only way down? It is. Mario needs to get ahead of it. Like, we need to get ahead. So I don't know if it's going to walk right or left. Hopefully it walks right, because then we step on a P-switch, get ahead of it, crouch. And oh, actually that's a bit of a problem at this point. No, we don't need to rush it. However, if the P-switch is in that location, okay, so we drop it, we let the shell flip. We don't need to race it over. We stay here. Then we bump the spiny up. Then we loop around. After we loop around, then we step on top of the P-switch, and then that gives you the flip. Followed by, oh, can we actually make it? Yeah, followed by picking up the shell, coming through here, clearing the level. We'll see if there are any more complications at this point, but I think we've mapped out the general concept. And it's pretty execution friendly. Like, everything looks doable patiently, as far as I can tell. There's nothing that you need to rush through. Usually when you're rushing through something, well, I mean, we had a few solutions like that were very time sensitive, but this one, I think every step is gentle. Okay, no, that's... We need to prevent that from going this way, and then we'll drop it here. Then we grab the P-switch. So yeah, you can be patient in this. There's not much that's time sensitive. Apart from just picking up the shell and just remembering to up throw it to leave it available and not let it wake up. Getting out of there. Okay, at this point, we lodge the P-switch here as our activation point, and also the ceiling for the spiny shell to walk. Then we place this as far to the right as we can so it'll flip. Then we bump it above, and we need to be very careful not to pick up the coin. Good. Then we step on a P, and then we flip it, and then we're done. I think. Yeah, and the blasters on the right are just a GG screen, I'm sure. So. Oh. Can I? Well, that's fine. Except, yeah, no, I needed to up throw it here. So that was something that's time dependent. I didn't realize that it would flip that high, and that maybe I'm able to jump carefully to pick it up without jumping through this platform. But if we do jump through this platform, we're not in a rush. We don't need a P-switch past that point, but we do need to up throw in order to cycle through that properly. So that was a bit of an execution mistake. Either you grab it without jumping through the semi-solid, or if you do jump through the semi-solid, you have to prevent the shell from flipping over too soon. So that's okay. We have what looks like the whole solution, unless that last interaction is more complicated than it looks. Pretty simple one, I think. So let's do it. Send it all the way up here. See if we can drop this in good time. And then we'll bump it. And then we need to pick it up quickly. Up throw it from time to time. Just to sustain it. Get it out of the way so we don't get hit. Then put the P-switch where it belongs. And then we... Oh, have to do the soft drop. I hope that's far enough. Nope, not far enough. Let's just restart. We needed to drop it just slightly over to the right, so it would flip properly. Okay, same idea as before. Get to the top column, and then we'll just follow it over and drop this donut block. Easier than trying to flip it from the lower row, I think. Less accident prone, slightly. Okay. It's okay. Let's get out of here, grab the P-switch, and place it. Okay, now this is a little bit execution dependent potentially. Need to flip it all the way over. Hopefully that'll make the jump. It does. Good. And then we bump it up. Here we go. Now we need to not mess up this bit with the flip and pickup. Yeah, it's gonna go up this way. Whoops. Yeah, that's okay. We'll make sure we up throw it. And then we can face to the right, take that out, and then we're done. Unless there's some complication from the blaster over here, but yeah, there's a little boo there. That's a helmet check. It's purely a helmet check. Little surprise helmet check there. But we are otherwise through. That went pretty efficiently, so let's see the next one. Okay, ice puzzle. Well, might as well grab some of this stuff and get trapped here and... Yeah, it looks like we'll get a slide all the way around if we really want to spend our time grabbing one-ups. So, this wiggler looks necessarily angry. I don't know that will be able to fall to the right, or if it makes any difference, because the wiggler is going to be obstructing that in any state. Looks like there will be a fair bit of slope sliding involved in this one. There's going to be 5 coins. And we've got a P-switch on the bottom right that will be dislodged by a question block activation. The P-switch will then activate underneath the blaster. One way to do that is if the bomb gets ignited. If the bomb gets ignited, that blows up the question block. So if you're not tapping the question block with something like, say, a snowball... Oh, we actually don't know what comes out of this either, do we? Or do we? Was it a snowball? I don't know. And... in that case... I feel like a... well, we need to check the slide pattern here from... if we're able to get up top. I'm just trying to spin off of this, but I don't think it's quite going for me here. Yeah, I can't quite get over that gap. I was hoping to get on top of the left side so we can... oh, you know what? Get a slide interaction to bust that, because then we have a snowball available. And no reason not to collect coins, I think. So, looks like bomb is going to probably have to take this stuff out, which means we don't want to blow up the bomb just yet. We want the bomb to be available here. And then we still have turn blocks to deal with. I actually don't know what this spawned. I don't think it was the snowball here. I think it was something else. Anyway, at some point we need the on switch to be toggled, because that gives you the POW. The POW is what gives you access to the wiggler. At least it seems so. I'm sure there's more sliding damage interactions that we might need to be aware of as well. But let's see what spawns under the P. Whether it's just a coin here or just a coin. Okay. And the P switch just lets you clear this, but that means that the P switch needs to be active up top when you slide down and try to access the bomb. So, first complication here is, how do you pick up the bomb? Yeah, the blaster is just here for coins. Then why on earth is it here? What does it even do if it's just giving you coins? What is the purpose of the blaster? Well, we can think of a couple of things. If there is some way to raise it, perhaps. Now, is there some reason why we would want the Rana to be alive? Some reason to dislodge it, perhaps, instead of just busting it down. So yeah, we know that the top block... So we need to take out the ice blocks using a bomb, and then we're able to get up to the top block. If the P is still active at that point, then we slide down, we grab the other coin. I wonder if the purpose of this blaster is actually to break a sliding state coming off of here. We don't know yet. Regardless, it seems that just going straight snowball over here will probably not do it. And you can't get in too close anyway. But you can pick up the P, which is interesting. You lose the bomb though, so that doesn't help. However, I don't have a spring or anything, but if we did, we could do some kind of stack here that would allow you to get back out the exit and respawn in the front door. I don't see anything like a spring that would allow you to do it though, so it's not that. I also don't see an alternate way to hit this without the snowball. Or an alternate way to break this without the bomb. So currently it looks as though the thing that we need to do is figure out raising the bomb. Now I wonder if it could potentially be that when you tap the on-off switch and you have access to the POW, at that point you do not have access to Snowball anymore. But you see, you don't need to hit this if the bomb is out of the way and you're able to grab the P-switch manually. Then you can activate the P-switch whenever you want. If you grab the POW, like if you trade Snowball for POW early on, then is there something we can do with the POW placement that could get us to walk the bomb? I'm not clear on that because we don't want the bomb to lose that position, obviously. And POWs just never up throw through single columns, so it won't be anything like that. So I'm wondering if there's something else that we need to do with the Piranha Gate. For instance, if you do a push of some sort. Now, POW isn't going to push it, it's just going to destroy it. And we're not getting to this side to get the P-switch without the Piranha going down first. However, what if... Hang on. Let's look at this here. If we're able to sustain a sliding interaction with a POW over here, or, well, not the POW necessarily, but the idea is that we use a slope, and then if we're able to do a sliding interaction, we might actually be able to kick the bomb up a slot with a slide. Because there are objects that when you place them, like you place the POW underneath, you might actually be able... So if we're taking a POW at that point, we have no Snowball, but... And we can't make it over this slot, unfortunately, but... If we can find a way to maintain a sliding state all the way over here, we might be able to just kick the bomb straight up. But then I don't see how we do that if we placed a POW here, because then we don't have the POW as a piece of ground over here, which we kind of want it to be, because if it's ground, then we're able to maintain a slide over it. And possibly stay in a slide all the way over here. And that is, of course, assuming that Snowball is going to trade into the on-off switch. So if you're down here like this, well, we'll need to try out a couple of the different sequences, but I'm beginning to think that the bomb has to be raised using a slide. So, in fact, okay, no, here's how you do it. You put the POW here. Maybe not, because then how you slide into it. Because the way I'm thinking about it is that you do the sliding interaction here to raise the blaster. In fact, the way to do that is off the right side slope once the bomb has been eliminated. So, here's the thing. You see the slope, the final slope that comes down over the last coin here. What if this blaster has been raised by something kicking it up? Notice how the blaster is able to go up one slot. There's a semi-solid behind it. Heavily implies that this is supposed to be raised by one. Let's get rid of this first. We might actually need the Piranha though, so let's not be too premature about that. Now, I don't see any other object that we're going to use for this here. But the idea... Notice how we kind of launched it like this. Notice too that if we're putting it here, then if you can get a slide into it, then you should be able to kick it. And Derbyshire Visitor, you are asking for blue. Let's do that. Starting with the next attempt. Hope you've been doing well. Oh, actually, I only just noticed the clear condition. Hold the POW block. That's kind of important, actually. But that's okay. It means that we cannot use the POW to kill the Wiggler. That means that we're going to be using some kind of... Or at least we can't use it to kill it by way of detonating the POW. I think everything on this level essentially has to be killed using a sliding state. Which then explains why you would try to raise this a slot. So if you're sliding down here, then you go all the way. And then you would need some way to cross so far with the sliding state in Nighttime Ice Theme that you'll land with a slide on top of the Wiggler and take it out that way. Now, notice this little jagged edge here. That's to prevent you from sliding into this right away from this side. You'd have to do it from this slope. This slope, once this has been taken out, this slope is going to kick this up. So that's why we keep the POW alive for as long as possible, because we use the POW for slides all the way through the level. It does lead to a slight problem, though, which is how do we get all the way across when we don't have anything to slide into over there right now? Because notice, I'm able to sustain the slide all the way. But we don't have a second object to use for kicking the bomb at that point. Slide. You actually have to slide all the way. But then we need something else to stand on here. So it looks like we're kind of short by one object for this method right now. Because we need to be able to kick this. And yeah, up throw with POW will never work, because we need to keep the POW alive. The P-switch will need to be activated at some point, but we don't know with what, because it cannot really be with a... Oh, actually, we're kind of assuming Snowball into on-off switch. Let's actually think about this, because it might be bomb into on-off switch. You toss bomb into on-off switch, and then you flick this. But then that means you have no POW available until that point, so that doesn't work, because you need off state to get the POW. If you don't have the POW, I don't know that we can actually kick the bomb. Because you would need something else like the P-switch here to have not been activated. However, no, you can't really lodge this on top. I'm thinking about whether there's a way to prevent the P-switch from going up. Because, yeah, snowball into P-switch. However, let's say you throw a snowball, or kick it and let it roll, and then you're here, you stand here, can you catch the P-switch before the activation? I don't know if you can do that. But then you could put P-switch under the bomb. And then... yeah, no, unfortunately you don't have the POW block until on-off switch has been activated, so... I don't see how that's going to work. So the idea is that we need some kind of slide into it. So for instance, normally the slide, yeah, you see it like that. That's the interaction we need. But then we need one additional tile to slide over where that can happen. However, we assumed this would hit Piranha over here. Maybe the first interaction isn't killing the piranha. Maybe it's something else. But that's essentially what we need. We need to raise this with a slide. And we just don't know the sequence objects for it yet. Because if the bomb walks, then the bomb can take this. Oh! If the POW has not been detonated, if it is off screen, it should actually be respawnable. So let's drop the POW over here. Let's just check this. Scroll. And no, it's still there. Oh, right, because it hasn't been eliminated by falling off somewhere. Or perhaps we're not sufficiently far. No, we should be sufficiently far. Okay. That might be interesting, though, because we are able to go one column further once we get up top. It may actually be the case that we need to do some kind of spawning interaction with the POW. But then we'd need to deal with the on-off state after that, perhaps. Let's redo. So we need to figure out where these things go in the sequence. Currently, we know that slide is going to kill the piranha. We know that on-off switch gets you POW. POW is going to get you the ability to raise the bomb, assuming that we have something additional to bounce over with a sliding interaction here. Because it seems like we need one tile to sustain a slide. The thing I was wondering was if we can interrupt the P-switch before it hits the blaster by, for instance, rolling a snowball slowly. Like, is it able to roll down here and then we can beat it in this location? There we go. Works exactly as intended. Okay, there we go. Because now P-switch is here. P-switch will take the on-off switch. That's what we were looking for. P-switch takes the on-off switch. Okay, now P-switch goes here. POW goes in the middle, we slide and we get the bomb. Now we need to know what to do with the bomb after that. It's going to be ice blocks, obviously, so I'm just wondering if we need a bomb for anything else. I don't think we do. Okay, slide. So yeah, the snowball doing the slow roll was correct. Whoops, we don't want to grab it. We want to let go of the dash button at that point, so we still have the slide available. Yeah, let go of the dash button, that's important. Oh, there we go. That was close. So now, at this point, we need to deal with the fact that I have to step on the P-switch directly. I think it has to be expended at this point. Because we don't have a way to kick the POW with a slide in a way that will get the P-switch up, and regardless I would lose access to the POW, so we don't want to do that. What we will probably want, let me just test this slope here, is we will want the POW to be in the lower location, because when the P-switch is active, we need to obtain both coins. Now, that's okay, because if you get the P-switch, you have 10 seconds, you go up top, you loop, you drop down through the top, and then get over here quickly to take this out. After that, we use this to send the blaster up one position. After that, we use this slope to figure out the passage that will give me a slide all the way here. We'll probably need to seal off some of this stuff with the POW. And we need to maintain a slide all the way to take out the wiggler. So, I think we step on a P-switch and go. Oh, that's okay. Taking that one out first is fine too. Okay, now... There we go. Now let's test out what this slide looks like, because I think we just need to make this bridge. I don't know if that's far enough. We'll test it. There we go. And that should actually be the clear. Unless there are any surprises at the end. Steady progress today. One of our best days yet, actually. For this Super World set. Mostly because we haven't run into surprise execution mistakes at the very end of the puzzle, which has stuck us so many times up to this point. Alright, let's keep going. This is a Bombi puzzle. Reach the goal after grabbing at least 6 coins. This is a Bombi puzzle. I feel like there's going to be some bomb revival going on here. You see the bomb on the right side that just detonated. I don't know if we're supposed to keep that bomb alive using repeated access to this door. We might have to. Like, by just doing this again and again until we've managed to figure out a sequence to not have it blow up this question block, but oh no, that will respawn. Okay, so that's fine, because every time the bomb blows it up, that's fine. It's just that we will eventually need to raise it even higher. Let's in fact see if the block above it does not stay down. Okay, because you've got vines in both then. Yeah, which means of course that if you have the bomb blow up only the bottom block, then you'll hit a vine block jumping up and then you'll get stuck at the key door. So, a couple of things to deal with. First of all, on-off state. You'll need the off state at the end to not get blooped when you're through the door, otherwise the blooper is going to beat the goal, I think. But if you need the off state going to the other side, then you need to deal with this stuff here. Which tells me that you need some way on this side to figure out what's going on with the on-off switch. Now, do we have, if say something is in this claw and dropping down onto the middle passage, some way to stop an object at the on-off switch? We'll have to think about that. This looks like it's the only on-off that can be activated. Also, if you reload through here... Yeah, so bomb's gonna go. Top block is definitely a vine block. So then let's figure out... Well, first of all, detonating this hard block here is going to be permanent, so we need to think very carefully about whether we do in fact want to do that. Or rather, how soon we want to do that, because that will give us access to the first coin next to it. A couple of other ones are gated behind P-switch. It looks like if you escort a bomb over to where the turn block is over the P-switch, unless it contains a vine, that's going to drop a P, and the P will drop. I'm trying to look at the background. I can't quite tell if that's a continuous semi-solid behind it. I think it is. So it'll drop over the claw, not on the claw. Hard block on this side will need to be dealt with at some point. The hard block on this column. It looks like potentially you might need to very quickly get through a bomb sequence in terms of grabbing a bomb and doing a bit of hot potato. For example, grabbing this bomb and while it's ignited, dropping through this door, and then finding an appropriate way to use it that will send it through. So, well, let's figure out a few things. Oh, and then... So yeah, notice that if you have an ignited bomb, if it drops off a claw, it walks. This is really important, because it means that's how it's going to get the on-off switch. Ignited bomb, up throw it into the claw, drop it, walk it. Then you can outrun it before the on-off switch. And then that's how it would toggle the on-off switch while you're on this side. Now, if you bust through both blocks here, then that means that after the on-off switch, we would have access to all this stuff in the middle. What we would not have access to is a way to take a bomb over to the hard block up above here. That's going to be a complication. So, presumably for that hard block, we need to walk a bomb across some of the ways, but so let's not drop it off the claw. Let's just blow up like this. Then we take it up to the top block and we'll see if it is a vine block over the P-switch or not. Notice the spawn position of this bomb. It does not spawn directly in this left side slot over here. It spawns a little ways over. That's important too. Okay, that drops to P. Let's respawn and see if the block respawns over to P. It does not. So the P is permanently down. Now at this point, let me just test something out here. So if we were to drop this, then that would toggle, and then we can't cross unless we beat it over to the other side. However, does the state remain off? Yes. That's also extremely important. That there's no automatic reset of the state switch when you go through the door, so you can in fact switch states between respawns into the same room. Which means eventually when we have the key, then the way we'll actually do it is start with the off state, then walk this over. Oh, whoops, too far. Yeah, because then you can send this over. Now, we want to toggle the off state after we have busted both blocks when we spawn in, so. But then we're still going to have a bit of a problem getting a bomb to walk over to the top hard block. However, no we won't, because this is the initial position that the bomb starts in. Let's watch that very carefully. Well, it's one tile above this. Ideally what happens is you need to set it up such that it walks by itself. No, that doesn't work. If you have a P-switch active, it's still going to stay on the top row. So right now I'm thinking about how to get a bomb to go to the right side of the P-switch. Now, we might have dropped the P prematurely, because if you up throw... Whoops. That's not what I meant. If you up throw into the claw, you should actually be able to kind of project it upwards. Let me see if I can demonstrate what I'm talking about by taking this row. Yeah, you should be able to raise it upwards like this, right? So if the P weren't down yet, you could actually walk a bomb to the top slot and then break that hard block. So we can't lower the P too soon because it obstructs the bomb from doing that. Now there's no disadvantage to taking that first hard block now with a very clear up throw that walks it, except we were a little late on the interaction. Yeah, so we walk it through the top row first. Need to be very quick about it. And we just slingshot it through. Bad timing. That was actually slightly early. So it's going to be a little bit of trial and error here for the exact timing. No, too early. But yeah, that doesn't affect anything else, and we do want that as early as possible so we can then lower the P-switch into that position. So let's... Nope, missed it. You do have to catch the claw, so it drops off the claw and walks. Yeah, so this is a really interesting central interaction to this puzzle, because it's all about having a walking bomb that is ignited. You ignite a bomb and then you still walk it using the claw. So if we just have slightly different timing here. Nope, have to go through the claw still. Should be able to do it. Perfect, okay. Now let's clean up which coins we can. We will want to do the same thing we did before now with the other hard blocks, and now we're able to lower the P. Might as well grab this while we can. And we'll take the top right to drop the P. We can also, at this point, do the on-off interaction now that the P has been lowered in order to get the top left coin. That's fairly straightforward. Now, if we are back on the on state, as long as we bump the bomb on the right side, we have P-switch access. Notice, though, that the P-switch is not something you can escape with to take... yeah, you can. No, you can't. The P-switch is not something you can escape with here to take it back out into a door. You can't take the P-switch into a door. The reason is because the only way to get out of there, once you do have the P-switch, is to tap the P to exit out this side. So that's how it's protected. So you never cycle through the door using the P. But you can use the P once we've gotten back to the on state to grab the remaining coins. Yeah, if you understand that little slingshot through the claw, then the rest of the puzzle comes together quite nicely. So now we do the quick tap on the right side rather, to blow up both tiles. And then we fuss around with this single tile slot over here, which I don't know if we can actually drop through. Yeah, we can with the donut block. We'll just walk through. I said, with the donut block, we will walk through. Come on. Don't tell me I locked myself to a precision interaction here, where because we are not precise, I can't actually do this. Oh, I'm nudging this slot and I actually can't. Oh, there we go. See? Not a precision player. Not in the least. Okay, so we do in fact need to go through here to then drop, I said, drop the P and... Oh, I guess you need to up throw the P through there. Now we need to do this nonsense again. There we go. Light tap. Oh, okay, that's still not it. In terms of the up throw. And how would you step on this? Yeah, this was unexpected that this would be a problem. I guess if you're in the off state... Okay, so this is an unexpected complication. I guess we might need to throw from below. so the P doesn't overshoot. Not only do you need to throw it from below, you would then need to toggle the on off. Come on, light tap, there we go. So yeah, not only do you need to throw it from below, I guess you need to then toggle the on off so you can get through here. So you need the off state to go below to toss. Then you need the on state to go up. But then if you are coming up here to grab the P, how do you get out of here while having a bomb available? That's going to be tricky. Because you would need a bomb to be walking onto this side. You cross over quickly while you wait for it to detonate. You hit the other bomb. Then you go through here in the off state. Then you grab a P switch. With a P switch activated, you are able to, first of all, grab that lower coin. But then you need to do it again with a second P switch activation, I think, in order to launch it up here to get the top coin. So let's cycle through. Oh, actually, you know what? Potentially, maybe there's something we can do with the P switch pre-activated. Or maybe not. Nope, hang on. We need to walk that one over first. We don't have a lot of time to execute this, but we've figured out a fairly big chunk so far. Not everything, but enough to start with. In terms of knowing when to delay that P. Come on. There we go. So we know how to access the bottom coin at this point. You can also just tap this on-off switch manually. But basically, you need... Oh, that's too high. Okay, that blows it. Because then you would need to tap the P switch by bringing it back down in order to escape out the left side and cycle through this again. Arc7, man, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. So yeah, you need to up throw this, but it seems tricky to not overshoot that block. Maybe there's some reason that you need to cycle through. Oh, whoops. Forgot to blow up the other one. And then now we're stuck. And now we'll die. That's okay, we got 50 seconds anyway, so... That is a bit of a death trap, several coins in, so we need to be aware of that. Anyway, we know a great deal about this sequence at this point. First thing has to be the bomb slingshot to the hard block. Nope, missed. So yeah, it took me the better part of a minute last time to actually do this step, but it has to be the first step. Good. Got it quickly. Now we catch a bunch of the other coins. Oh. No, too soon. We need to drop the P first before we take it through center. It does mean we need to do this first without dropping it. This claw, incidentally, does a pretty good way of teaching you the central mechanic. If you go too close to it and drop a walking detonated bomb by mistake, then you've already learned the most important thing in the whole level. We are missing a few steps near the end, so this is not done yet by any means, but things may be steadily working out. Oh, whoops, stood too close. Didn't bump it in time, rather. And regardless, we want to off-switch, off-state rather first anyway. Well, if you have an off-state, you can hit the P and then you can grab this coin and the top left one in one go. So those two can be done together. Yeah, before we release the P, we need to do the slingshot to the middle heart block. As long as those two hard blocks come first, they are among themselves interchangeable. Whoops, had to row. But we need to be reasonably accurate about this one. Yeah, just throwing straight up, slightly off timing, slightly late that time, or not far enough to the right. The throwing with a bit of a diagonal from forward momentum works nicely, but the timing needs to be right. Here we go. Now we drop the P. And now we do the first on-off interactions, sending ourselves through the center and remembering to tap that one on the right. Good. At this point, P-switch is going to get me this one and the top left one, and then we'll need to cycle back here again to get the final one, which is going to be a little bit tricky depending on where we throw the P-switch. Like, it looks like we need to up throw from here, but then without something else to obstruct off top, it looks like it overshoots the donut block. I don't know if that's actually the case. Maybe there's something else we need to do, like a soft drop and head bump or something similar. Regardless, let's get the ones that we do know about. Yeah, if the P-switch is active, it does lock you off the right side. Let's switch back to on, because we'll need it across the bridge. And then we'll do off across the bridge again. And we'll hopefully figure out the up throw to the donut block. Because everything depends on being able to activate a P-switch. Whoop, nope. Bad timing that time. Or rather bad spacing. We got 300 seconds to sort this out, as long as we don't trap ourselves and die. Tap this quickly. Here we go. Now let's figure out the P-switch up throw. If we miss, then that's a problem. Perfect. Now we get up there, we step on the P-switch, we grab the last coin, and then we figure out the key door entry. Also, yeah, once again, when we pass over the key door, we need off state to avoid the blooper. Because I think off state will prevent the blooper from spawning. We'll check it. Need to get out here so we don't get trapped. And then same interaction as before. And then this... Oh, we forgot something. We forgot a coin. We forgot a coin. Which coin did I miss? We forgot a coin. I didn't really even notice the clear condition, to be honest. It's 6 coins, which means 5 coins plus another one. Five coins plus 5 key coins plus an additional coin. What's the additional coin? I don't see it anywhere. Is the P-switch flipping something for us? Okay, that's an interesting wrinkle that we didn't pay attention to after solving everything else. Could it be the block over the P-switch? If it is, we might have a problem. because I don't have a way to lower the P-switch. However, if we tap the P-switch, okay, we need to resequence this a little bit. Let's blow up the 2 blocks on the side first, as before. The P-switch is on the ceiling for a reason. We're able to tap the P-switch and convert the top block. We're then able to use a bomb for a coin drop on the top block. But then how do I pick up the coin? Probably has to be through an up throw or something. Or rather, with a P-switch active, I need to think about this sequence, because we need to be able to actually get to that coin if it's a bomb doing a coin drop, which I suspect it is. If it's a bomb doing a coin drop, then we need to be quick about going there and actually picking up a coin. Now, how would we do that, given that we need to run up top to pop that coin? We don't have an object at that point to throw through here. That's the issue. Let's say you have a bomb detonate and you drop that coin. If that coin drops, normally we would do something like an up throw through here to get it. Alternatively, you can be really fast about tapping this first. Because the thing is, once you're up top here, you have to come through the door to loop back and do this side. So let's say a P-switch is active for however many seconds, like you activate P-switch, drop down here. Then you actually drop through here and up throw the bomb here. And then you slingshot it through the claw. So instead of walking the bomb up there manually, you slingshot it through the top claw. It drops off the top claw and walks. Meanwhile, we tap this. Okay, I think I got it. We should actually restart because I will not have enough time to do it now. We have a couple of bad misses. So let's blow up both hard blocks first. Both hard blocks have to go down first before anything else happens. But we just need to rethink how it is we're busting up the block above the P-switch. It needs to be turned into a coin before anything else happens. Too soon, I think. Probably late, but no, we got it. Okay, at this point, we do the sequence up to the P-switch. Tap the P-switch, come down, grab a bomb, drop, throw the bomb, walk the bomb. It needs to beat the P-switch timing, so that's still a coin. That's going to be tricky because we need to basically drop off of this, and as soon as we drop, we need to up throw. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to make this timing here to bust through the right side. So this will take a bit of finesse, this bit here. Okay, are we ready? Hit the P-switch, grab the bomb, goes through the door. Up throw immediately. Walk it. Grab the coin. And die to precision, because of course we do. Because we have to do the precision nonsense through that one slot, which for purely annoying reasons is not just like a slope corner or something that allows me to actually fall through. So, okay, so we have a limited window of time for the P-switch to expire and let me through the P block And we need to basically get the jump on the first try in order to catch the coin. Unless we have some way to up throw into the coin and catch it that way. I don't think we do. I think, given the timing, we're actually expected to do a precision jump, which I just know has extended our time with this level by half an hour or to an hour. Like that single interaction. Unless there's some easier way to do it that I don't see. I just know it's completely made a hash of this level. Okay. Let's do it, because I can't get that jump on the first try on the best of days. And we'll be doing it at the end of a fairly intensive sequence, execution-wise. So... And... Can we just go for it now? No, we can't, because we need the bomb to be available. But let's practice this jump. If we're able to jump off the top of the vine accurately, then we can do it. So instead of bopping our head against the P block, once it expires, we do a nice, gentle jump off the top of the vine. And then you don't have to deal with this nonsense. Ideally. I don't know how many attempts that'll take me, but up throw immediately. Walk it. Tap it. Wait. Grab it. Got it. Now we step on P-switch and cycle around and do the rest of the puzzle the way we did it before. Walk it, tap it. And we can grab 2 coins on this pass. And we grab the last one on the last pass. I mean, technically speaking, no, you have to do 1 P-switch down here and 1 P-switch up above. Yeah, we're not going to do all those in one go. And because you do need to reset the on-off first. Possibly. I haven't really mapped it out, but let's not die to the bombs. Let's just switch it back. Maybe you can do the 3 together in one sequence, but I haven't thought about how you would do that. No, you need to be much too quick. You're not even in a correct on state for that, because you need on state to grab the top coin, and you need off state for the other 2, so yeah, that would not work. Okay, let's, again, not fail to execution here, if we can avoid it. So this is where we do the up throw down below. And then we go up top, and then this should be the big finish. After, we do 1 more interaction to toggle back to off. If that affects the blooper the way I think it does, which I think it does. Here we go. Okay, didn't take as nightmarishly long as I thought it would, simply because we jumped off the vine instead of treating that as a one-tile jump. Steady progress today. Very steady progress today. What is that, our 5th clear today, I think? Bringing the total to 16 out of 21. And let's see how many more we can do. This has been our best day yet, actually, with the Super World. We haven't hit a really devilish sticking point just yet. But we'll see. Sunken Castle puzzle. Grab at least 10 coins. Okay, So let's not forget about the clear condition this time. We see 4 coins that are key coins. We see 4 coins that are regular coins. We see 1 turn block that's going to be affected by a P-switch. You know there's a P-switch because of the P-doors. And then after that, there would be 1 additional coin unaccounted for. But we haven't scrolled far enough, perhaps, to see what's going on with that. So, the clear condition X is visible under the on switch. So this might be all we see in the level. So I'm just wondering what the remaining coin would be, because we certainly don't see it. Okay, well, let's just run through it and map it out. And, oh, it's a night castle, so it's swimming. Should have thought about that. Now, if it's night castle and it's swimming, why wouldn't you just greedily grab all the coins you can? I assume that the track here is the bounding range for launching the Buzzy. And also, yeah, because you can't get into the top corner, that's a complication here as well. You do in fact see 6 coins, so it's not going to be the turn block necessarily that matters, but... So yeah, because you are actually on the top tile of this screen, you would need a different way to grab that coin, probably with some kind of throw. You know what? Let's drop this for a moment and see if I can grab it and see what the throwing interaction would be like. Oh, that was not a side throw, that was an up throw. It goes straight down. And then this would just be sealing here, right? Yeah. I know, you can just throw it to the side like that. Just a side throw. Now we'll need that shell for other things prior to that interaction, so we're doing that prematurely, obviously, but... we'll think about the rest, because, yeah, we need that on-off switch for the first key. Actually, it shows you that the key doors are tied to each other. That's what this track is for. It's not a bounding box for the Buzzy necessarily, although the visual indication kind of works for that as well. The P-switch, you'll notice, will also affect your ability to go through the other 2 doors. The bomb needs to be ignited by an on-off state toggle in order to break the hard block. Once the hard block is down, you would need to go from the top key door to the bottom key door. You would do that by way of having the P-switch. Okay, so you use 1 P-switch to pass through here. However, we're only going to have access to 1 P-switch because it wasn't just available in the wild, it was available through the block. So this leads to an interesting circumstance, because while the P-switch is active, you would need to be able to swim through to the right, or rather, you would need to drop down from above. Now, the interesting thing is that at this point, so long as we keep the P-switch, we are able to respawn things like the Buzzy. That is, in fact, very important. Whoops, dropped the P-switch. I was trying to pick it up and go through the door, but I couldn't manage to do it for some reason. I do want to check the Buzzy interaction on this side. Yeah, that's how to do it, because when you have the P-switch, you go through and then you drop on top, having obtained another key. To obtain another key, you need to destroy the Buzzy. Luckily, we're able to port back and forth and do that. So let's not grab the P-switch too prematurely this time. And figure out how the Buzzy would actually manage to go down, since we can't really spin jump on it anywhere here. Notice too that if you send it... oh, then you can have a timed toggle here. That's okay. You do want the off state perhaps for when you go through the rest. Now this mole is potentially interesting as well. Let's figure out what that's all about. Because what's the complication with doing this? You'd be within... Oh, I see, because you'd bounce it. That's okay, we can just take a Buzzy Shell through. I don't see what the issue is there. Unless you die. Yeah, because given the physics here, that would be an issue. So, notice too that the coin that is in that bottom slot might potentially be affected by the P-switch if you don't pick it up right away. This coin, that's the yellow coin down below. The only reason why that would be there as a slot, I think, well, what if you do it like this? I guess you send an object over. Is there a reason we would want that coin to remain alive? Maybe. Let's think about the other interactions. Let's get the first key, because once you get the first key, you can respawn the Buzzy Shell. And... oh, oops. You have to really face left and just nudge it over this way. Once you get the first key, you can respawn the Buzzy to take the top coin off the other side. Notice that the coin below the key door on the right will not be something that you're collecting, I think. Because, well, you'd have to be extremely careful. You need to touch it without swimming over that semi-solid, because you need to be able to drop through that top door to the bottom door while the coin has been converted. I think, though, if we take care of the coins beneath the mole, then we have many things sorted out, although... yeah, we'll have to see, because that mole in the bottom area might also be an issue. Let's respawn through here first. We'll delay the P-switch for as long as we can, and we'll see what complications abound, because there might be some bounces here, particularly with the moles that we haven't not actually completely thought about just yet. Oh. Okay, now... yeah, you still need to destroy the Buzzy. That's one complication that we haven't really dealt with. I think the way you destroy the Buzzy is actually walking it into the coin pit down below. That's how you blow it up. That might be the only way to blow it up. Now that has some implications, because it means that we can't collect it. And then how do we deal with the on-off switches if that is the case? Well, we'll need to find out, because... yeah, if you bump out like this, oh, then you have a bit of an issue as well, that you actually can't go through that. However, if you're holding the shell instead of launching it, if you're holding it and you just drop it, I think you might be okay. Let me rethink this a little bit. Yeah, there will be some unexpected bounces to deal with that complicate things here, and we'll just figure out what they are. But it looks like P-switch, come on, at the bottom area is probably the way to go. Oh, I accidentally tapped it. However, you can just have it wake up and flip, right? Like, why don't you just let it wake up and then flip over? because then it blocks you anyway. Yeah, that's not a sufficient flip then. So we need some other solution for the mole. Maybe. Let's figure out the mechanics here. Or you place a P-switch on top. Like you carry a P-switch through, up through the P-switch, you bump your head on it, and you lower yourself. That means we have to commit to picking up the P-switch at that point, though. That means no more carrying the shell. At least not through doors. That might be okay. Again, we're going to blow it this time because we don't have the interaction for killing the shell on the coin available. In fact, if we're manually swimming over to hit the P-switch, we might have a problem with that anyway. That might be an issue anyhow. Yeah, we might not have a good way to actually destroy that shell just yet. Because how do we obtain a P-switch without obtaining that coin? That's a slight issue at the moment. Notice this hard block here too, that implying all kinds of things. Perhaps with that bomb. Well, let's see. Let's carry this through here. We're going to up throw in this location without overly swimming. There you go. That's how to do it. So now we'll need to peek above that top coin. The only thing is that we don't have the key to the door. And so, again, it seems like we need perhaps another way to tap the note block. Or perhaps we'll need to test how to do this with the coin, because I think what it'll be is that you actually, oops, you want to have a shell and then you use the shell to swim along the ceiling. We need to do an up throw from time to time just to reset it. But if you swim along the ceiling, you might not touch the coin. You bump this, and then, of course, you would need to make sure that you don't have that situation. But then you would swim quickly, swim back over, and then drop the shell, let the buzzy wake, and let it walk. To do that, you need to be done with everything else with the on-off state. So that means off state. I still don't know about that mole that's at the very end. That still might present complications, but we'll think about that when we get to it. And, oh, actually, no, we can't reset the buzzy until we swim over to grab the other coin. So that, we need to rethink the sequence too. Because, and that's assuming that you can skip that coin with the buzzy swim. But you need to get that coin first. Would you want to get the P-switch right away? No, I think. Or do we? No, you need to shell for too many things. We need to, first of all, just up throw from time to time. Doesn't wake up. Yeah. No, that spawned it too early, I think. But, no, we would have to carry the P-switch every time with us at this point to grab everything else we need. So, that's okay. We can respawn the buzzy, and then as long as we don't lose the P-switch. It's a very fussy interaction, just... yeah, have to go straight down to up. Okay, let's drop the P-switch for a moment in a place where we won't accidentally press it. And can we use the Buzzy to grab the top coin on the other side? Okay. Okay. At this point, other than destroying the Buzzy, we are done with it. No, we're not. We need to grab the on-off switch. We need to tap the on-off. But when we fire it to tap the on-off, is it going to touch the coin? I think we need to find that out. Because as a thrown object, it should actually slide along this ceiling, I think. Because, yeah, what if you... Oh, nope. It's okay, we'll reset it. We don't want to kill it right now because that would involve tapping the P, and we're not ready to do that yet. Let's figure out how to activate the on-off switch cleanly, while keeping the P switch alive on every door. Will a throw just do it? No, because it'll capture that. You can't do it that way. You would need to swim. But when you swim across, then that's a problem as well, because... yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue. So how do we tap that on-off switch without losing the coin? That's the current problem. You would do it by blocking it using the P-switch, I think. No, you can't really, because... how do you dodge the shell? Maybe you need to tap the on-off switch from the right side. But then to get to the right side, you would need to get the key first from killing the Buzzy, which might be a bit of a paradox. However, if you spin the P-switch... the problem is that we need the P-switch for the method that I use for the mole here. Otherwise, we could just get the P-switch going right away, and then once you get the other key doors unlocked, then no, that doesn't work. You need a different way to tap the on-off switch. So that's... well, we don't need to reset the whole thing. Well, unless we're trying to grab that coin. I think what we need to do is, I wonder if there's a way to actually walk a mole. No. We would... yeah, I need to tap the on-off switch some other way. So if we have the Buzzy coming back and forth, for instance, I wonder if there's a way... can we fire it from the right side? I don't see how, because you need to get all the way through to the key door and everything else in order to get to the bottom right to begin with. So we have a bit of a logical problem here, which is that we need to hit the P switch in order to kill the Buzzy on the coin. And only then can we tap the on-off switch, perhaps. Problem with that is that until you get the on-off switch, you can't grab these 3 coins down here. And you need the P switch to be alive to do the ceiling block that we did earlier over the mole. Otherwise, you need a different method for the mole. And moreover, tapping the P-switch has to be the final interaction, because otherwise you can't complete the whole sequence to go to the lower key door. Tapping the P-switch has to come last. Like, you tap the P-switch, you kill the Buzzy, and then you get through the rest. So that means that we need a different way to tap the on-off switch. Rather, we need some way to tap the on-off switch that allows me to disable this shell and recapture it quickly. This might take a little bit of figuring out here. Because what if I do a close throw, and then perhaps if I'm nudging against a note block, then I'm able to tap the shell and re-grab it without running into trouble with it. I'm not sure. Again, the issue is that we need to send it through here. Oh, that actually works. No, except we didn't hit the on-off switch, so it doesn't work. It just traps this completely. And you die to it, in fact. So yeah, that was an accidental up throw. We want to maybe nudge against that note block and then forward throw it. See if it makes contact. No, it collects. Now, the other thing, though, is that maybe it's possible that there's another way to... Maybe there's another way to destroy the Buzzy... But it really looks like that coin slot is the way to do it. But then we would need to avoid touching that coin. And you only have so much P-switch uptime to work with if you do tap it. Because suppose you tap the P-switch, then of course that coin turns into a block and then you can send the Buzzy across with no problems for the on-off switch. But the problem is that if you do that, then you lose your chance to use that coin to outright kill it. Now, of course, after we tap the on-off switch, the one thing that we need the P-switch for is to get through the mole. If we can find an alternative method to get through the mole to the other coins, then we're in good shape. But I don't know that we have that. Because I'm thinking, even if you had the Buzzy throw to the right and you blocked it off with a P-switch or something at that point, wouldn't really work necessarily. Let's... Oh, whoops. Yeah, we need... But anyway, we know that we can grab at least all key coins without interacting with anything else. So we don't need to spawn the P yet. If that is potentially a concern. The question is, do we have a solution for the on-off switch? Either we find a solution to the on-off switch that does not pick up the coin, or we find a solution to the mole that does not involve the P-switch. One of those things has to be true. And Toast PS, do I play with viewers co-op? No, I never do co-op really on the stream, except in very unique circumstances, like co-op puzzles that we set up playtest for manually. We don't really do multiplayer maker on this stream. But thanks for asking. And yeah, I'm a few minutes late to replying to that message, but I've been a little bit absorbed in this. Okay, so we know the Buzzy Shell is going to get the top coin. We haven't activated P-Switch yet, which is important because we don't want to do that too soon. Let's grab that top coin with the Buzzy because we know that's necessary. So, again, either we tap the on-off switch without picking up the coin, or we... Well, actually, how many coins will we have? What if we... use the P-switch activation. No, the thing is, the P-switch is the only thing that you can take through that door. You can't take the P-switch and the Buzzy Shell through that door. Otherwise, I was thinking, well, with the row of 3 coins, maybe we can stuff the Buzzy in that spot instead. But no, it has to be the bottom slot, I think. If it has to be the bottom slot, then we need to give this a pretty serious rethink. Notice that to maximize P-switch uptime, the way you'd want to do this is place the P-switch, drop on top of it, and go up right away. And then you would swim over to the key door, go through the key door. And then, assuming everything else has been done up to that point, it should be home free, depending on what the mole interaction down there turns out to be. But you want to be in the off state at that point anyway. Maybe. Okay, so... yeah, because until you've had an on-off activation, you cannot actually get to the mole in the middle. Now, why was I even thinking that we can get to that mole without the P-switch anyway, given that we'd still have the problem to solve with the on-off switch activating the coin. Yeah, that's going to be an issue anyhow. Well, you can kill the Buzzy for the second key. Again, using the P-switch. Then, yeah, we have a big logical contradiction to sort out here. I wonder if there's a different way to deal with the Buzzy. The fact that the on-off switch is accessible from the right side is very, very suspicious. Because supposing that you can take something like a shell with you on the right side. That's, of course, after the on-off switch has already been dealt with. Yeah, it is very, very suspicious that it's actually accessible from both ends. I feel like there's something we're definitely missing with that. Anyway, without the Buzzy Shell available, we can't safely go for the P yet. We're running out of time on this attempt anyway, but we'll just try to map out what we can to see what the complications are. So here's the issue, is that you can grab the P, let's up throw this to sustain it. And you can trap the shell after that if you don't want it here. But what we can't really seem to do is tap the on-off switch and yet disable the shell immediately afterwards. What you can do is drop this guy. And yeah, tapping the P at this point kills it for the coin, but then we don't have the rest of the condition. But let's map out the rest of this. So assume that we found a way to get these 3 coins first. Then this is the timing for the rest of the sequence. You grab that, you grab this, go through here, and then we would be in the off state incidentally, so that would block the mole. And that would have bombed this out. So the thing is, you need to figure out how to activate the off state prior to any of that. So you don't have an issue with the coin in that location. Only other thing I could think of is if we destroy the shell some other way, like if we... Well, at this point, you know, we've locked ourselves over here. This laps to do, of course, because you can't go over. So, if the Buzzy drops over here, might potentially be able to do something like a really long walk. The issue is that if it's hitting the on-off switch, it's bouncing back in such a way that hits the shell. But what if it doesn't? What if when the Buzzy comes down, you block it using the P and send it back and forth and have it go down to slot by itself? Then what does it collect? Let's find out. So let's say we do a block with the P instead on the side. Well, once we go through here, I take into pushing down with my thumb on a D-pad and then immediately up with the index finger and just shifting immediately. That's the only way we can do the door cleanly. Like if you, for instance, drop the P close by and send it over, then what's the Buzzy interaction? It does not hit the coin. Okay, that's how to do it. That's how to do it. So we disable it in the off state. That's the solution. No, we need off state. And yeah, if the player taps it, it collects the coin. But when it's not player activated, it will collect the pink coin, but not the yellow coin. That's the way to do it. So that's the solution. I think we actually have the whole puzzle at this point. I think we've seen everything. But we do need to execute it still. But I believe we have seen everything relevant. Okay. Yeah, whether objects are player activated or not player activated makes a huge difference in this game, so we always need to be mindful of that. Okay, so now we block as well as we can. And then we need to stop it at the off state. Let's be careful here. Off state. Now we go for the mole and those 3 coins. Are we going to be short one coin? We might be by the end of it. No, we will have enough as long as we remember to go up and catch the coin that is below the top key door without going over the semi-solid. Okay. Oh, no. Too far. That's okay. We can cycle through as much as we need. Just trying to up throw that. It's difficult to up throw that while trying not to swim up. Nope. Wrong. There we go. Oh, I forgot to take the Buzzy Shell to take the top coin off the other side. We need to do that. That's okay. That can be done without having problems with anything else, I don't think. Next step is now to kill the Buzzy. And then, so we'll get one coin off of the turn block and one coin off the bottom of the key door. And that's how we'll do it. So this is going to be a soft drop here to walk it. Oh, hang on. Almost had to wake up on us. Walk it down to that slot, and then we push the P under the door. Oh, under the door, and that's how we step on it. That's going to spawn the key, and we grab 2 coins on the other side. And hope the off state works out. Okay, so we need to have this top one convert back to a coin. Ah, okay. That's why we need to convert back to the on state, because otherwise the mole blocks you. Because the mole comes through the blue block. So, alright, we need on state, and then we get the kill. Okay, and then that completes the level, because otherwise, yeah, this is going to be a problem, and then the level laughs at you after that, so. But we have the clear condition, we have everything except the correct on-off state. Yeah, because unless we toggle the on-off state one more time, the mole will jump up 1 tile too high. I believe that's the last thing we need to fix. I was kind of wondering what would happen with the mole. I didn't really think it through or map it out thoroughly. But oh, did we hit that too early? No, I think we're fine. We'll need to remember to peel that top coin. We just need to keep the P-switch alive all the way from this point. Okay, let's do the top coin first, on the right side. Just to avoid complication. Well, this works too. But we do need off state to get to the mole, so let's just do this first. Okay. And just sustain that, throw it, and then let's do the rest. Yeah, so we need one more switch toggle before we do everything else. Nope. This is really difficult to execute. There we go. Might be an easier way to release it and just set it down perhaps, but we don't know it. Okay, now at this point, we tap one more time. I think at this point it can just walk. And we should actually have everything else we need. we'll see what the mole does on the right side. And we need to remember to grab the last coin here. Gently. Without swimming too far. Drop the donut block first. So we don't wind up above it. And then... that should be the axe. There we go. Well, just blasting through this today. Given the pace that we were on through the super world up to this point, I was not expecting to do nearly this well, but the solutions have just been pouring in. Okay, so we have our choice of which way to go first. We'll do everything, of course. So let's just go left. Growing Pains puzzle. Grab one coin. Okay, well, we see where the coin is. Growing Pains puzzle, it's probably a lot of vines getting in your way, I would imagine. Anyway, you see a gold tape on the right side. It's just off to the edge of the screen, scrolling back and forth. And essentially you need to get over there having collected one coin. You see the coin. If you get above the semi-solid, that might have some kind of complication that we don't know about yet. If you are below the semi-solid and you tap the block, presumably that's a vine, and then you would actually need to tap the vine in order to do a climb over to the on-off switch up top to go from an on state to an off state, because otherwise you can't make that crossing. I have to get used to the fact that I'm not swimming anymore. The on-off toggle is then going to destroy the ice block directly above. Now, when you go through the door and spawn this room in the off state, I wonder what's going to differ there, because clearly there's going to be some sequence of events that opens up a passage on this side up to obtaining the key. Also notice that you need a P-switch turning the coin. Yeah, so you don't want to collect the coin too soon. And the reason is because you need a P-switch to toggle it from time to time, I think. Oh, except there's a P block on the left. What I'm thinking about here is that you need something to force this block to spawn a vine going down instead. The way to do that would be if you have a P-switch activated and you use something like a shell to hit this on the right side. Because you need the coin above it to turn into a block in order to give you a vine going down, which is what you need for the final interaction to get to the key door. Now you have ready access to the on-off switch at the end over there to make sure you're in the off state, and then also let the P-switch expire. Interestingly enough, you can grab a P-switch on the right side. What about that on-off switch on the right side column that is above the bumper? That's interesting, because I wonder if anything changes there in the off state. Because it looks like theoretically you should be able to just pick up the P on the right side and take it with you through the key door, and then the P would potentially be an up throw up to the on switch. But then why would you want to do that? I think we need to scroll forward and see more of the gold tape before we can determine that. We need to just scroll over here and see what's going on. Interestingly enough, a P-switch activation drops the piranha. Look at those arrows there. That's interesting. Up, down, down. It drops the piranha, and then it hits the other piece, which I don't know if that does something to obstruct the goal. Or if that's just part of the GG sequence. Regardless, okay, yeah, you actually do want the shell to do this, because then you don't need to tap and collect the coin by mistake when you're going for the first on-off. But you will need a P-switch active, and you will need to hit this from this side by, for example, carrying a shell in order to get the down button. Let's see what happens when you tap the on-off switch and cycle around, because I need to see what spawns and where. Particularly, oh, whoops, accidentally locked myself. Particularly on this end, when we respawn the room in the other state, so. Now the thing is, if these two doors are linked, if you enter that top door, land on this door, hit the P-switch, if you're carrying a shell at that point, that's what allows you to tap this. So that's something we should keep in mind. But you need to be very careful to tap the shell or carry the shell over there without having collected a coin. So let's see what happens here. I just reload this. So it looks like P-switch actually starts an infinite P-switch, which would actually block you off the right side. Because look at this muncher here, it totally looks like an infinite P-switch interaction. That has some implications for being able to get to the key door. That means that you don't want to toggle the P-switch until you're absolutely sure it has to be toggled, maybe. Oh, well, let's find out. Whoops. That goes down. Red Knight, welcome. Red Knight, we've been blasting through this super world today. After having gotten quite stuck in some puzzles previously, I think we're on our... Yeah, we've got 6 clears today so far, I think. 6 puzzle clears so far, and... Well, the first one was one that we worked on extensively last time, but it was just one execution thing that was missing at the very end. That stuck me for hours. But today, the clears have been pouring in, and these puzzles have been very satisfying. When the clears pour in, you know I'm not dying too much to execution mistakes. Okay, so we get the on-off interaction here. Again, we managed to spawn a down vine. We didn't manage to take a look here to see what was going on. It looks like eventually you'll actually want to do an up throw up to the coin, otherwise you get trapped. Unless, of course, you are able to get out the ceiling and then drop back in. But the infinite P-switch is a potential problem right now that we haven't resolved yet. Okay, it's not an infinite P-switch, actually. It's a P-switch that's sustained for a little bit, but actually not infinite. It drops to 2 munchers, but it doesn't just keep a muncher on top the whole time. It's just a long P-switch, actually. The idea behind it is that the P-switch timing is a little bit relaxed due to a reactivation partway through. That seems to be what's going on there. Alright, so we would still need another on-off down below. So what you do is you cycle down to this on-off switch. You tap it, you get out. That will have blown up more of the bomb over here. Then we have to see what comes out of the blaster once the ice block is away, because that will have some kind of effect. And then we need to figure out how we actually get up to the key. It depends entirely on what's going to come out of the blaster. But I think we've worked out a fair bit of that. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's start over. So yeah, it's a long P-switch. That's extended somewhat. Let's drop the shell. And then cycle through. Whoops, no mistake. So yeah, we definitely take the shell for Divine immediately because that gives us the next on-off switch, as long as we're quick about it. Avoid the coin. We'll figure out the optimal time to actually take the coin once we've seen all the switching mechanisms, because we need the coin for this bit here. Oh, whoops, just missed Divine completely. Let's try to get away from that shell. Would I remember that old deleted hypocritical commentary Nintendo YouTuber, you're asking, who would make the types of retrospectives where he would also ironically criticize Nintendo for the company's questionable decisions? That seems like it describes a lot of YouTubers that are still active. At least by reputation. I don't know if that's still the case, but I know there's a bit of a negativity farm effect for people trying to play the YouTube algorithm when it comes to video game content. I don't really try to pay too much attention to that myself, just by hearsay. But if you're thinking of somebody very specific, then I'm not sure, because I never really followed a lot of Nintendo YouTube other than very design-oriented people, I guess. You know, this being Mario Maker, we watched tons of Steve Gaming, for instance, and others like that. But not so much in terms of the opinion commentary, I guess. Okay, so what comes out? It's a 1-up on that side. Okay, so nothing that obstructs us. Now, it does mean that we need one additional bomb cycle. But it means we need to spawn in such a way that doesn't activate the P-switch too soon, which means we need to take the shell with us again. If you take the shell with you again, then you can wait for the P-switch to expire, and then activate. However, we need to get onto this side of the coin. Oh, except we will probably accidentally activate it now, won't we? Are we ready to take the coin yet? We can't hit it from this side because the shell will die and then we can't get the key. And, okay, we actually have a bit of a logical issue to sort out. So basically, you need to leave the coin alive until the last time that you need the downward vine, because you need that to climb over to the key door once the key has been obtained. So now the step that we need is we have to figure out how to obtain this coin without activating the question block. No, we're fine. We're fine. We leave this shell alone, and we let it spawn off the ceiling as before. The reason is because with the P-switch activated, it will just go back and forth in the bottom left until the P-switch deactivates, then it hits. That should be how it goes. Oh, except it drops onto the right side. I didn't think about that. That would have that issue that it drops on the right side instead of the left. Yeah, because the player cannot be the person who initiates this bounce. However, no, yes you can, because you just do it like that. Except, no, that's going to collect the coin, I think. It's going to collect the coin, and that's a mistake. Because that's still player initiated. So the question is, how do we not initiate this shell as the player, but rather drop it off the ceiling and have it bounced in this location? That's where the complication comes in. Yeah, so Sammy, you're saying his username ended with YouTube Dude 101. And he deleted his channel around early 2019. I would definitely have no idea. Because I never really watched that much video game YouTube content to begin with, apart from a few select channels, and perhaps even less so now because the more I stream, the less time I have to watch other people's content. So I'm actually watching a lot less Twitch than I used to in some ways. And let's see here. Yeah, so, okay, figuring out the third activation of Divine going up is the problem right now. So we need some way to tap this block without collecting the coin. Because then we need to blow up the heart block on the left side one more time. That's the critical step, the most critical step in this puzzle. I didn't account for the fact that if you spawn on the right side, shell drops right. So the question naturally is, do we have a way to perhaps have an object to stand on that allows me to go through this door and come out this door? Then the shell drops on your head, and that doesn't work out either. But yeah, we need some way to basically have this shell come over here by itself. So the difference is that on that third activation of the switch, turning off back to on, or whichever one it was. Yeah, third activation, like when we're going for the second top activation, because you go top, bottom on this level, essentially. And on the second top activation, that is when we need to spawn this vine upwards. And the difference between that one and the activation at the very beginning of the level is that at the beginning of the level, you're walking in from the left side and you're dropping the shell to the left. So we need a way to drop the shell to the left, and we don't have that at the moment because there's no more spawn location on this side. But we'll definitely need to do that because otherwise we don't have a way to blow up the left side to have access to the key. So the question is, perhaps, there's one interaction that we absolutely need to check, I think, which is, what happens if you start turning the turn block when the P switch expires? Does it keep spinning at that time, or does it turn back into a coin immediately? This I actually do not know off the top of my head. We need to test it. Very critical thing to test, in fact. So okay, let's... No, it turns back immediately, so that's not good. Because then the coin gets collected. So how do we stop that coin from being collected, or we need some other way to send a vine down for the last step? Because that's the other way that we can get around this, is if we have some other way to climb through the bottom. I don't see how we do. What happens though if... Okay, we need to test out one thing here. Let's wait for this to expire for a moment. Okay, I'm going to stand on top here. Mine goes up, correct? Yes, it does. Okay, that's what I thought. We need to obstruct with something else on top if the coin gets collected. But I think we actually just need to avoid collecting it. So this seems important that we have both of these P-switch interactions down below. Because you see, this starts with no P-switch. Well, you cycle through here with the P-switch already active. Same thing. Okay, we'll need to rethink it. Let's say you do collect the coin. Then you toggle on off one more time, you blow up the left side. Then we're able to get the key, then we loop. Maybe when you loop, that will reveal some additional context for how we're going to block this. Okay, this one we'll need to think about a little bit because let's map this out so far. So, first couple interactions are fairly simple. We avoid collecting a coin, we drop this shell, we get a vine going up, everything is dandy. You need to blow up the bomb on the left 3 times. By going through here, and then drop in a P-switch. Then get this interaction down here. That allows us to crawl. Now here's the thing. At this point we can jump out the right side, and that's what we're supposed to do. Do I have a way to hit this on-off switch without being trapped here? I don't think I do. Otherwise, if you were really quick about it, you could actually dart over to this on-off switch and then climb back over to the left. No, it's a one-way panel. There's a one-way panel there that precludes that. You do have to eject out this way. So the thing we have to consider is, first of all, is there a way to maybe spawn on the left door rather than the right door? I don't see it. Because the shell would come down to your head anyway. You take the shell with you. Then the question that arises is there a way for the shell to initiate its own interaction that's going to hit the question block that is not initiated by Toad? I don't see a way to do that either. But that's basically the line of thinking that we have to have, is some way for the shell to hit that is not player initiated. I mean, if you take the shell through yourself, with the P-switch off, it comes into the left, it hits, collects the coin. I think what we need to do is we actually just need to collect the coin now and then see if we can find a different solution for getting the bottom line climb afterwards. I don't think it's going to work, but we actually do need to see it. And Tundra Time Warp, you love puzzles? Yeah, so do we. Been playing a whole pile of them over the past week and cleared quite a few of them today, which worked out quite well. This one here, we're missing one critical step for. So here, got the coin for condition. You can blow up the left side. You now also have access to the key. Notice that there is a semi-solid above. Now, given semi-solid and hard ceiling there, I believe this locks the player. No, it doesn't. You go through the top. Now, if you do go through the top, is there something that you can reveal? There isn't. I was thinking originally that has to be an up throw in order for the shell to... Yeah, you would need to basically hit the shell again and then throw it. And then that grabs the key. The issue at this point is that we don't have a way to get to the key door because we have already collected the coin and have no way to send Divine downward. So that's the logical contradiction we need to figure out. You got 100 time warp, you're also making a puzzle yourself. That's great to hear. That people are still active making new puzzles. Because a lot of the long-term puzzle making community in Maker 2 has steadily become dormant. We did used to have fairly regular puzzle events up until about 2024, I want to say, and then the interest has waned somewhat, although there's still a massive pile of puzzles still left to play through, so certainly from a player's perspective, that's not lacking. So we got the first interaction here. Second interaction we know how to do down here and tap that. Third interaction right now we don't have a solution to. The third on-off switch. Unless we can find a way for the player to spawn off to the left side and then drop the shell here. Now, here's something interesting that we should check. I wonder if it's possible to go into the yellow pipe. Yeah, let's say you go into the yellow pipe, you go into some transition room, you pop back out. That would take the shell to the left. But then you wouldn't be able to get out of here. Depending on the P-switch state. Yeah, no, it's probably not the case. Anyway, let's walk through this. Is there a way to put on the Seanhip to push the guy up on the P block? You mean in this level? Well, there's no Seanhip, like no separate Seanhip in this level. There's just a regular Buzzy. And so we've mapped out some of the interactions so far, but there's a very crucial missing step that we have to work around right now. We can go through here. It's, oh, whoops. Oh, I did that wrong. How come we did that wrong? How come that didn't spawn down? The P-switch was active. I was totally not paying attention there. Okay. Let's map through the whole thing so I can actually demonstrate what I'm talking about here. Yeah, we blow up the first bomb. We have to go around. And then we go down like this. And whoops, should have crouched through that. No, you can't put on a regular Buzzy. It's only the Buzzy helmet that spawns without the Buzzy Beetle inside it. Same goes for the Spinies and the Spiny Hat. Okay. Wait. Oh, I accidentally fired a shell too high. Okay, that was the issue. Yeah, I accidentally fired the shell too high and it tapped the top block and released it. That's why it spawned divine up instead of down. I wonder if that's actually potentially useful information for something else that I could do later on. You know what? That's the answer. That's the answer for the third interaction, not the second one. That you send the shell up slightly high, so you tap both blocks at the same time. If you tap both blocks at the same time, then you can send a vine up. That's the answer, yeah. I think I discovered it more or less accidentally, but... it looks like it works. I totally discovered that accidentally, but we will take it. Okay, so we should have just done an up throw at this point, actually, with it, or just tapped it manually, but the idea is that we have on state over here, then we need to cycle back here and grab the Buzzy again because we lost it. Then we'll launch another P-switch, and then we, again, tap both blocks at once if we can. Okay. Actually, no. We can just tap the top block, in fact, and then just punch from the bottom. Okay, yeah, that was staring us in the face the whole time. That's how to do it. You can still send Divine up during the P-switch activation. We should have realized that quite a while ago. In fact, you don't even need to do this the hard way like I've been doing. You can just send it over and not roll it around all the time. Then you can still grab it for the next one. That sends it up. Blow up the bomb the third time. Now you need a Buzzy shell after that to up throw into the key. Avoid the coin. And then grab another shell. And then we'll cycle around again. Now I believe we are ready to collect the coin. However, you need to spawn Divine down first. Then you grab the coin by just throwing towards it, I think. Carefully. That's not careful. So, yeah, you need to grab the coin at this point. I mean, I could just up throw the shell and then tap it from below. If I want to execute that a little more cleanly. So, for example, let me just see if I can demonstrate this. Yeah, you just tap, then you just tap like this, right? That's how you collect that later coin. Anyway, so let's start this over. We have the whole puzzle. We just need to do the coin grab at the very end with enough time to crawl through the P switches. The P blocks, rather. But I think we do have the whole sequence. And yeah, Red Knight, are you not entertained? Luckily, this doesn't look like it's going to be several hours worth of execution mistakes like we've had for the last step of 2 or 3 puzzles up to this point. But today has been going by breezily, so. Alright, let's see. We want to now take this up. Cycle through this as before. Not let the shell wake up just yet. Tap this with an up throw rather than a side throw because we don't Need to make life even harder for ourselves. And cycle back here. Oh, whoops, missed it. That's okay. We'll just cycle around. And yeah, I'm glad you're finding this soothing and relaxing. Tundra usually is a good sign until you get to those points in puzzles sometimes where you feel like you've exhausted every interaction you can see and just cannot spot the final master stroke that you're looking for. I usually find the logic of a puzzle pretty satisfying and straightforward to put together. It's often some kind of execution trick that complicates things for me, so that's why I'm a puzzle player and not a precision player. And okay, so at this point we can do the up throw into the key. That's something we can do patiently. Let's grab the key first and worry about the rest later. Do not grab the coin yet. Now we're in a correct state to go for the coin. Here's a slight issue here. We need to tap the shell, or rather load the shell with an up throw. Tap the block from below to send a vine down. Tap the shell to have it bounce back and forth. And when the P-switch expires, if it hits the block. No, the block has already been hit at that point, though. Okay, this is a bit of a problem. When the P-switch expires... Yeah, so we have not sorted this out as well as I would have liked, in fact. When the P-switch expires... we have a slight problem. We need to send a vine down and then collect the coin. And when we collect the coin, we need to be already past the P-switches, or the P-blocks rather, down below. Or at least have access to additional P-blocks, which I don't think we will. Okay, so yeah, here's this final step I was warning about that we need to deal with. We need to figure out a sequence that allows me to tap the block, sending a vine down. Vine goes down, we crawl over to the bottom, and then we do some kind of interaction that collects the coin. Here's how we're going to do it. We go through the key door. We go back through the key door. When we go back through the key door, since we're dead center under the buzzy shell, we don't know how it'll drop. But if it drops left, then it should hit the block and collect the key coin, because there's, when you're going back and forth between the key doors, there is no P-switch activation. That's how to do it. So. Oh, whoops. We actually did need to do this. We just need to send a vine down. Okay. Yeah, that's how you do it. You let the P-switch expire. Because you're not doing the initial P-switch activation, we should... okay, depending on where the buzzy goes. If it goes right, then we have a problem. But we should be able to go this way. Notice the buzzy shell, by the way. Oh, it does go right. And I didn't even notice there was an open space there, actually. Did that get busted up by something at some point? Did that get blown up by something? I didn't even see that. However, we have P-switch access. Hang on. Let's say we tap P-switch. That traps it. But then it's going to come down. P-switch expires and it comes down. But the fact that we have a P-switch just kind of handily available at this point is interesting. Because it tells me we can steal the P-switch and have a second P activation available. At a time of our choosing. So, this is how it works. You take the P. Come through here. Then the P-switch doesn't activate right away. Oh, however, that loses the shell. But if we drop the P-switch on top, then we don't have a way to go back to the bottom to grab that. I was thinking, like, put the P-switch on top and then hit that. And we're on the wrong on-off state now anyway, so that doesn't go well. However, if you up throw the P-switch, it will just go up to the top panel. That won't work. However, can you just do a head bump of some sort too? Whoops. Well, I mean, you can just do the P-switch here, but then you don't have the vine going down. Yeah, it didn't occur to me there's a P block that's actually on the left side of that bumper. That complicates things slightly. However, let's say you take a P-switch with you and you drop it here. Then you might be able to jump up on top of it and then port over to the other door. Let's cycle through this again. Oh, except now we lost a coin. And we're down to 40 seconds. Okay, so the final step actually is going to be complicated, which is great. This looked too straightforward. Which is always deceiving. Well, sometimes deceiving. We blasted through lots of clears today without problems, but this one... Yeah, I think picking up the final P is absolutely going to be part of this. And also activating a P prior to going into the key door is necessary, otherwise the shell falls on your head. But if we get to the point where we have fulfilled the clear condition, that's easy to do. The problem currently is if you have collected this, then how do you get the coin when you are down below? You might not need to get the coin when you're down below if you have a P-switch freely available, because then you don't need to rush down there. Then you can hit the P-switch when you want. But you need to be in the off state to do it. And that might be a bit of a complication on its own. So there's going to be a little bit of extra intricacy here to deal with once we stop dying to mistakes like that one. So let's do the first part. Try to ease up on the execution ourselves in the meantime. Again, don't really need to take the shell with us for this part, but we will anyway for no good reason. Then we do the third part of the cycle. Okay. Oh, nope, mistake. Did not want to catch that yet. Need to jump over it and avoid it every time until we actually need to collect it. Yeah, the P block on the right side under that bumper, that does throw a slight wrench into plans here. And regardless, when you respawn through the lower key door, the shell does go the wrong way. But if you do a P jump and respawn on a top door, the problem is, does the shell fall directly on your head? It might. On the other hand, it's not bumping against the wall on that side, so maybe it will sail over you. I'm not exactly sure. I don't really know what the angle will be, but we'll have to try it when the time comes. Nope, jumped over it. That's okay, we'll just grab another one. Okay. And then avoid the coin. Cycle around again. So, this is the part where we do, in fact, want to up throw to the key coin, or the key rather. Avoid the coin. So, the plan in here is use send divine block down. Then what? Are we still able to grab that coin? We need a P switch. And yeah, if you don't press the P switch right away going into this, then we have additional problems. Let's watch this carefully. So let's say we go down here. So we're going for... Oh, we stepped on a P switch already, so we can't do that. How did we come here earlier without having stepped on a P switch? We went through the right side door and came back. That's how we did it. So let's try that. Forgot to tap the block. And then too late, too late. Let's do it again. And actually, we don't really need a shell. That's okay. We'll go through here. And a shell available here at this point as well. Not that we especially need it. Although, if you do this, then you're able to take a shell with you. That might be interesting, actually. Taking a shell, well, not bumping it, but if you're stealing the shell, and then you come back, and then you up throw it, and then you give yourself a P switch, then we're talking. Then we're talking. I think we might have a certain insight here. Because if you steal the shell, it's not going to come down, and when you come back through this key door, you have it available. The issue is that you would also still need to grab a P on the way up so you have it available manually. It's going to be a little bit of a tricky sequence to keep straight, but I think I have an intention for that in mind. Might be a little difficult to explain instead of just demonstrating it. So let's just see if I can execute it without confusing myself too much when it comes to the order. But yeah, you can totally take the shell through the door with you and continue with it that way. Now let's see if we can just grab this one here, save ourselves a trip. Oh, whoops, nope, mistake. Okay, let's redo it. We don't want to collect the coin, so we need to be very careful not to leave it there for too long. You know what? We can tap it like this. That's easier to execute. Oh, whoops. Let's hug the wall before we make that climb. That was a bit of an issue there. Yeah, up. Hug the wall so we don't get spiked. Get around that. Back over here. Okay, at this point. Hug the wall. And now that'll open up access to the key. Skip the coin. Next priority is the key. We can take the shell with us if we want to go for it immediately. We can actually just use the shell for the key right now, in fact. Living a bit dangerously there. Now that's going to activate P-Switch. And that's okay. We now go down and... Oh, actually, no. That's not quite right. Now we need to switch it back. Made one little error in judgment there. Let's get it back to the other state. We want the shell to be available so I can grab it. Let's see. Yeah, we want the shell to be on the lower level for the next cycle through. Now we can take it, and we can, whoops, soft drop it there, and yeah, it's better not to mess around with that. We should just cycle through and take the shell the safe way if we can, but that's okay. Okay, through here, up, left. Don't really need a shell for this, we can just tap it. Old habits. I've been setting in at this point. Yeah, previously we were just able to pump the shell like this, and then it's a particularly easy way to pick it up if you want. Now, yeah, just trying to find more consistent ways of executing this stuff, so we don't waste too many attempts. Do we want to go for that? I'd better do it safely, and then we can up throw to the coin. Not the coin, the key. Rather not mess around with a fast shell going back and forth. Okay, at this point we cycle around to the shell again. Now this part we need to think about carefully. We need to do the climb at this point, but we can drop the shell not too far over to the right because it'll hop too far over. That's okay. No, it's not, because we needed the off state. No, we have the key. We needed the shell to be on the right side. We didn't need it to be all the way over here. We wanted it to be slightly over so I could pop it off that ceiling. Yeah, the shell needed to walk over slightly further to the right, and then we could have it within grab range. That's what I was going for. Didn't really think that through. Because previously we did it correctly. I'm trying to send the shell over the semi-solid on the right, because then we need the on-state in order to go through the key door, but then when we're in the on-state we can grab the shell and take it with us. And that's the thing that I've had in mind for a few attempts now, but we haven't actually demonstrated it successfully yet. So, hopefully we can actually show that off. Oh, we didn't need to come here to do that. We can just take this. Yeah, there's a slight extension of the P-switch just to relax the timing. That's all it appears to be doing. Let's cycle around and just grab another shell. We'll try to execute it as cleanly as we can. Okay. And you know what? No, let's not mess with that. Let's just grab another one. Just to keep it nice and tidy. Hang on. Which one were we on? This, no. We were on one where I needed a down cycle because we're in the off state, and we needed to grab the key, rather. That's the one we're on. I lost track. Got a bit mixed up there for a moment. No, we used this one to grab the key. That's how we do it. Very intricate, actually. The last complication adds a lot to this puzzle, and we're quite glad of it. So, okay, let's take this one down with us. We set it down, we climb down. We give ourselves enough time to tap it from the bottom. Put it slightly to the right like that. And we port back to the left. Do we actually want the on state or the off state at this point? This is an important question. Let's think about this for a moment. Because if I have it in the off state... actually, you know what? We could just toss the shell like this. Just to reset it for a moment. So the thing is, I need to know if I want on state or off state. That's why we're kind of porting around a little bit to keep the shell alive. This is a very important question, and I just need a moment to think about it. Okay, we need to think about this. When I go through the door on the left side, I want to upthrow the shell, and I want to grab the P on my way up. Then what we do is we manually hit the P switch that is on the ceiling. After we manually hit the P switch that is on the ceiling, we tap the block for the vine. Then we upthrow the shell. After we upthrow the shell, we have to tap it to the left to pick up the coin. Then we have one extra P switch available. With the extra P switch available, we do the vine climb. However, in order to do the vine climb, we must start in the off state. No, lost the shell. Accidentally held up into it. That's okay, we can redo this bit. That was an execution mistake. I accidentally still hold up going into the door, and that messed up the whole thing. That's okay, we just need to redo the cycle. And get back to off. And that was not right. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's what the on-off switch at the very end is for. We need to turn it back to off. Forgot to hug the wall on the right. We need to turn it back to off, and then we can complete the rest. Now this will probably be the last solution that we do today. That after this, there will be, I think, 4 more left in the super world, so that'll hopefully nicely fill another stream. But we'll see about that. Depends on the difficulty, of course. Because we've had some streams in this sequence that have not been very successful, and today's was kind of remarkable with how many clears we managed to get. 6 so far, and we're going for a 7th. Actually, maybe we don't have very many left because I started the day with 11 clears. Would we clear this one up to 18? We'll see how we're doing for time. Because puzzles can get out of control. If it's only 3 puzzles left, you know, maybe it'll be a quick stream next time. Maybe it'll be faster. But let's get through this one first before we make any decisions about that. It's too early to do this whole thing here, but we can still cycle around to the next one. And yeah, we still need one more bomb activation, which we'll do. So hold right. Next interaction. Oh no, I accidentally grabbed a coin. Next interaction was going to be the key. Let's not lose track of what we're doing halfway through this time. Okay. So, through here. Just a lot of little things to keep straight, that's all. Next, we tap this up, send it through. It's going a little too fast right now for me to hit comfortably. Let's just get another one for the up throw into the key. Skip over the coin, very important. Now we do the interaction where I leave the shell available on the bottom. And then we walk over and tap it to the right. After that, we need to up throw it for the off state without accidentally re-entering the door too soon. Okay, now no, that was accidental up. Be very careful here with the up throw inputs. Okay. Now let's tap this, tap this, tap this. We might need to grab this again for a moment. Very carefully without going too far. Now we grabbed a coin. When we take the P-switch over to the right side and get into the on state, since the P-switch will not be active, the shell is going to come at us from up top. We need to be prepared for that. That means we go through the door, then we go through the door again. We reappear on this side, grab the P-switch, tap the P-switch, go through the door one last time. Otherwise, we'll potentially be hit by the shell. So we have to watch out for this. So we go through the door, then we go through the door again. We have a problem, which is that to set up an infinite P-switch. I didn't think that would be the case. How come it's an infinite P-switch? Oh, because of the way the P-switches were separated earlier. Because it's only not an infinite P-switch if the P-switches occur in sequence in the way we did earlier. That's an unexpected complication. Yeah, because previously the reason this was not an infinite P-switch was because the P-switches were chained into each other in such a way that they were disabled after 2 taps. So if you do this the slow way, like we did, that might not work. Because if you have a really, really late P-switch, let's think about this. But if you're carrying a P-switch with you, And then you grab the final coin. But once you grab the final coin, you can't send the vine down. That's the issue, is that sending the vine down has to precede the last P-switch activation. So the question is there a way that I can avoid or stop that? That is a really interesting denial of my approach to this. That is very interesting. So not only was that a P-switch extension up top, that was actually specifically a mechanism to mess with the approach that I had here, where we have the late P-switch activation. Oh, this might require a really big rethink then. Because if you can't get a really late shell activation, or, well, yeah. You can't get a really late shell activation, then what do? So, yeah, the block has to be activated first to spawn the vine down. Then the coin must be collected after that. Unless we have a way to do an up throw with something like the P-switch that doesn't go too far, and then we block it. But then if you do that, then you don't have that P-switch chaining effect. That's... well, we're stuck here anyway, like I locked myself. So we need to start over in order to find an alternative method. That method was so promising too, I just didn't think about the P-switch issue. Yeah, because the P-switches have to be allowed to expire, and then the one muncher sits on top. But then if another P-switch is activated at that point, then it creates an infinite P-switch on top. Interesting. Very, very interesting, actually. I'm actually impressed that this failsafe was picked up. If this was, for some reason, not the intended solution. The reason why dropping a piece, stepping on it, and spawning on that door wouldn't work, even if the shell doesn't hit you, is that you have no way to go back down. You'd be stuck in the top half. Cycle back for the shell. Here's the thing. If you have a P-switch that you do with an up throw on the left, then the shell will successfully bounce back and forth until P-switch expiry without falling onto the lower level. That would be the way to do it. That's the adjustment. You load a P-switch on this column. You don't need to activate it a second time. You still go back down below. You bounce the shell on the top row. You just need to block off this one spot. So you up throw a P here, then you tap the shell, and then you go down. That's the adjustment. I'm pretty sure. We're grabbing the key at this point? Let me just check. We are. Okay, so this is the critical part here. I think we still do things More or less the same way. We need to load that P. Oh, also, yeah, no, the shell jumped up too high. We need to redo this. Or do we? Because if we... come through here with the off states. Shell comes down the right side though. Yeah, you need to recycle through it. Let's do it again. Get it back to off so we can climb. Hang on, let's redo this. Hang right, so we don't lose the whole attempt. Yeah, you see one munchers still load up above to preclude a late P-switch reactivation. Send the shell to the right. Now we need to think about this very, very carefully. So we don't need to do a second P-switch activation. We just need to load it on this side. Oh, too late. Too late. I needed that to stay down before we hit the other P-switch. That was almost right. I was hesitating a bit because I was trying to get the order straight. There was a little bit of hesitation there. We needed to kind of re-grab the shell and do more up throws just to keep it alive for as long as possible. Then we block the left, we hit the P-switch on the right, then we send the shell back and forth, and then we go down and we don't hit a P-switch a second time. That was a miss. I think we have it. But complications do and will happen. We've had our share of them here. Yeah, like I said, don't really even need to take that one, but it's a habit at this point. Rather dangerous one. Let's just skip it and take another one. We'll clean up the execution in a lot of other respects, I say, as I accidentally jump too high and take a death at the most ironic possible moment. I was about to say we basically clean up the execution by doing the up throw followed by tap, because it's generally a lot safer. You know what, like I said, we don't actually need this on the first step here. It is easier to just leave it because then we want to take the shell with us for the next step anyway. So. Oh, except, yeah, that would have revealed much earlier than we saw it previously that P-switch expiry sends that to the right. We actually never saw that interaction originally until we went over to the right side gate. And... nope, too high. Let's redo this. Rather too far to the left, and there was no ceiling to obstruct it the way that we needed. All of these steps are pretty familiar at this point. Let's just grab another one safely. The key is available at this point. We remain in the off state, which is important, because it means we're going to drop this, tap, and go below with a key. And then here comes the intricate part. up throw here without re-entering the door too soon. That was not an up throw. I let go of up too soon. I was trying to let go of up soon so I wouldn't go through the door by mistake, and instead we just threw the shell into ourselves. That's okay. That's what happens when you overthink your inputs just a little bit and get the order all mixed up. Yeah, we'll just leave it. Easier to execute it this way. Can't take that shell on this cycle though, but we'll take it on the next one. Now we'll come over here and tap it again. Or, oh no, we need a key first. Then we cycle around for another one. Okay, then we walk it over and bump it to the right, and then we try not to mess up the up throw this time. Correct. Okay. Okay. No, too far, too far. And then we need to redo the whole sequence from the off switch. That jumped too high. It's okay. Doesn't take too long. We just need a safer place to reload this shell. No! Well, I can take the P-switch with me. No, I can't, because then the shell will go right. So we need to redo this again. Okay. Yeah, I'm juggling 3 different items at that point. Well, juggling 2 items plus having to press the P that is up top while not having the shell wiggle away. There's a lot to keep straight here when it just comes to executing the plan properly. Nope, there you go. There's the input error, just let go of up too soon. So I've had a clear plan for a while, we just can't execute it. That's just a classic puzzle experience. We don't need to take it. Let's just do it. Again, the objective we're going for is blocking the left side with a P-switch so the shell remains on the top row above the semi-solid. That's what we're trying to do. And, oh. Nope, too late. Too late. Can't really have room for that many errors. So yeah, I've not really been able to demonstrate this successfully even once, even though it's not a hard thing to execute. But it is a slightly tricky thing to keep straight, just with the number of different things that we're doing. To activate everything at the right time while keeping the shell alive and available, and just doing things in the right order. It takes a little bit of premeditation, so... And there are a lot of little points of failure when it comes to execution, such as up throw messing around with up entry through door. That's a big one. in terms of inputs just interfering with each other and setting back your progress. At this point, we go for the key first. Then we cycle around and try to go for the finish. Bump it. Now up throw, but let go before the door. Okay, now we have to sustain the shell, not re-enter too soon. No! I accidentally re-grabbed the P before I was able to re-grab the shell. Let's redo it. Yeah, I didn't give myself enough space to work with. The hardest part of a Mario Maker puzzle, actually having to play Mario Maker. Okay, careful. Reload this from time to time. Okay. No, way off, way off. I have to redo it. Yeah, the P-switch needs to tuck into the left spot, and there was too much going on at once. Up throw. Re-entry. Nudge over first before we attempt to pick up. It's gonna wiggle. No, wrong. Too far over. Okay, as long as we're maintaining the off state, we can cycle around this. It's just that, you know, every single attempt we have for the up throw on the right introduces a little more risk of things going wrong. Face first. Okay. Now we hit this. Now we hit this back and forth. I forgot to tap the block. I forgot to tap the block. That did not work. I forgot to tap the block to spawn Divine first. We were too busy placing everything. I forgot to actually do it. Yeah, because it has to go P-switch, block, then send a shell. It's a lot to keep track of when the shell is on a timer. We have the solution. It's been staring us in the face for the past half an hour. It's just been very tricky to execute. That final step with a lot of things that need to be done in order without the shell waking up. The shell waking up is the problem there, apart from the usual business of not getting up throw confused with up entry through door. Surely we can get most of this fluent by this point. We'll get another shell for the key just to make it easier. Okay, now we're We're back to the state we were in before for the final sequence. We always reset to this state upon failure. At least we try to. Nope. Jump too high. And then we're in the on state now, which is a mess. Because now we need to reset back to off first before we can continue. I'm amazed I can keep this much straight about the puzzle, even without the complexity of the final interaction. Okay. Up throw. Up throw. And then up throw here. Okay, there's a tricky bit. Set it down. Face left first so you don't kick it by mistake. Every now and then we just need to re-grab and refresh to extend that timer. P-switch, block, shell. This should do it. Except, remember, get in the door, get back out the door. Hit the P-switch, get in the door. So get in the door again so the shell doesn't hit you on the head. Just in case. I don't know if it does, if it outpaces the goal, but it totally looks like an ending troll that does. That's the clear. Well, despite the trickiness of pulling off the finale sequence, that was a great puzzle. That might be my favorite one in the entire set so far. That is our 18th clear out of 21, I want to say. We're down to 1 life on the Super World, incidentally, because I haven't been stopping by to listen to all the NES baseball sound effects on the 1-up houses. Yeah, so this is World 5 out of 5. We have the quicksand on the right there, the ghost house, and then whatever spawns as the final castle. So it might be a quick stream next time if the puzzles go as well as they did today, but we want to leave ample time just in case one of them is really sticky. And if we do finish really early on the next stream, I think the 21 puzzles in this Super World don't cover the entirety of Seanhip2's Maker 2 profile, which we haven't really explored. So we'll have plenty of ways to pad that out if, in the most optimistic scenario, we have a couple of very quick clears. But that is it for today. The best session we have had yet with this Super World. Just blazed ahead with the clears as they came in. And like I said, that last puzzle I thought was great. Very interesting complications and twists along the way. A very elegant structure to understand in terms of just hitting the on-off switch 4 times and thinking that things will fall into place. But lots of interesting things to keep straight, and also actually, despite the trouble we were having with the setup at the end, not that fussy or obscure to execute. I think it helped with today's set that nothing that we played today was excessively minimalist, and that I actually tend to have more trouble with minimalist puzzles when it comes to not being able to see the final interaction, because it's not a matter of finding pieces to move. You've moved all the pieces, there are no more pieces to explore, and you just need to do the right slope slide or the right jump on the shell or something like that that you can't actually see by looking at the layout very well. Today's puzzles, in contrast, I think, had very visible logical sequences, and they were about the logical sequences, and it was just extremely satisfying to get through all around. So hopefully we can finish this in one more stream, unless we get really, really stuck with something. And we'll be back with that in a few days' time. And it will not be tomorrow's stream. I believe we will probably be doing Scrabble tomorrow, but we will absolutely wrap this up sometime early into next week. And it's been great to get back to so many maker puzzles at once. So thank you for the GGs, and until we come back for the conclusion, hopefully, of Seanhip2's Puzzle World, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be playing or making. Thanks for watching, and we'll find our next destination soon, but for now, as always, fare thee well.